Hi, I'm Nadia Combs, Chair of the Hillsborough County School Board. I want to welcome you to Hillsborough County Public Schools. We serve more than 200,000 students. That includes children in preschool through adults in our workforce program.
I'm Henry Shake Washington, the Board Vice Chair. Our district is the 7th largest in America, and our team is made up of more than 24,000 people working at nearly 250 sites across the county.
Our district is diverse and dedicated. Our board meetings are held in our board auditorium on select Tuesdays at 4 p.m. The best way to serve our students and our community is to involve you, the public, in what we do.
You are welcome to email or meet with any of our board members and follow our district on social media. Board meetings are covered live by Hillsborough Schools TV on Spectrum Cable Channel 635 and Frontier Cable Channel 32.
Meetings are also streamed live on our website at hillsboroughschools.org. Closed captioning is provided on all broadcasts, and past meetings are available in our online archive.
We are interested in what the public has to say. We'll include time for audience comments before we address our business items. Our agenda and any supporting materials can be viewed online in advance. They are posted 7 days before each meeting on our website at hillsboroughschools.org.
Our vision is preparing students for life, and that means all students, every day. Todos los estudiantes, todos los días. Thank you for your interest in education. With your help, we're making decisions that shape our community's future.
The board meeting for December 13th, 2022 is called to order. Member Washington will now lead us in a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Member Washington, will you now please acknowledge our student entertainment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm more than happy to. I would like to thank the Progress Village Carriers along with choir teacher Kristen Franzi and lead teacher Tyler Levitt. These wonderful students entertained us prior to the start of the board meeting. At this time, we would like to invite the students up to introduce yourselves. So come up, students. And they really did a great job today, too. They really did.
Hello, I'm Kristen Franzen, and I teach chorus and piano at Progress Village Middle Magnet School of the Arts.
I'm London LaRochelle, and I'm an 8th grader at Progress Village.
I'm Cassandra Baccato, and I'm an 8th grader at Progress Village.
I'm Isabella Scalara, and I'm an 8th grader at Progress Village.
I'm Ember Geis, and I'm an 8th grader at Progress Village.
Hi, I'm Nora Franzen, and I'm an 8th grader at Progress Village.
I'm Lena Villian. I'm an 8th grader at Progress Village. I'm Liliana Burbo, and I'm an 8th grader at Progress Village.
I'm Isabella Smith, and I'm an 8th grader at Progress Village.
I'm Leilani Sanchez, and I'm an 8th grader at Progress Village.
I'm Vivian Abston, and I'm an 8th grader at Progress Village.
Yay.
If we have any parents want to come up and take pictures, you can. None? Okay. Oh, we got one. Come on up. Come up closer. Dad. Yeah, Dad. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. And they went caroling from floor to floor at this entire Rosac building, so many people got to hear them. And thank you to their amazing teacher. Thank you so much. You guys did an amazing job. We appreciate it. We have no withdrawn items today. I need a motion, a second, to adopt the agenda. I have a motion by Member Washington, and I have a second by Member Gray. Any discussion? Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Let the record reflect that all board members are present today. We have 3 sets of minutes to be approved today. October 18, 2022, School Board Workshop. November 1st, 2022, School Board Meeting. November 22nd, 2022, School Board Reorganization Meeting. I need a motion, a second, to approve the minutes. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Gray. Any discussion? If not, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Board members, I'd like to go over the format of today's meeting. As a reminder, we're a nonpartisan board who believe that all children can be empowered to learn, to succeed, and our decisions will be made with that understanding. To pave the way for efficient and effective agenda statements and/or questions, board members, we will have 3 minutes to speak with 30 seconds for final thoughts. Afterward, the superintendent can respond. If you have further questions, you're asked to get back into the queue. Member Washington will now read the board guidelines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we begin this afternoon meeting, let me quickly review the format of our school board meetings. Please silence all electronic devices. There are speakers in the room behind me that allow board members to hear the meeting upon stepping away from the dais. This meeting can be viewed with closed caption on live webcast, on cable TV, on video monitors here in the auditorium. It also can be viewed with closed caption in our online video archives.
Thank you, Member Washington. We have one item scheduled for time certain, and that's 6 o'clock, and that's employee input. We will now move on to public comment. The board welcomes comments from citizens and values your input to the board. In order to provide the most comprehensive response to your comments, our staff will follow up with you and will keep our board informed about those responses. Our school board respects the public's right to speak to the school board, and we appreciate you taking the time to be here. However, it is requested that when you address the board, comments are not directed personally against a board member or staff member, but rather directed at the issues. Any behavior intended to interrupt the orderly conduct of this meeting will not be allowed. Our civility policy is in place. When addressing the board, please state your name, and speak clearly into the microphone this afternoon. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Reminder that your 3 minutes will start when you begin speaking. When there are 30 seconds left, you will see a yellow light on the lectern. A red light and a chime will indicate when your time is up. I will first call up the first 5 speakers. If you can please go up against the wall, and the first speaker will get started.
Mark Luther Largo, 716. HVAC. Yeah, belch the carbon. And 722. Concrete installation. Yeah, so that'll absorb the solar radiation and help with the heating of the planet. Isn't that great? Winston Churchill in 1960 said, better buildings by design. We shape our buildings. Thereafter, they shape us. Well, you're going in the wrong direction. Headline, Earth's carbon dioxide levels at the highest level in 4 million years. And here, the past 7 years have been the planet's hottest by far. This headline here, sea rise is clear and present risk. And this one here, climate crisis gets worse by the day. And here is the template for what the buildings should all look like. The ratio and proportion that you should have. They should be oriented properly. You just can't get it. I don't know why it's so hard. The Anasazi Indians knew what to do over 1,500 years ago. Over 1,500 years ago, they knew what the proper orientation meant. Why is it so hard for you people? It just amazes me. And then here is this article in the Owl Tree, Collateral Victims. Are you putting out poison? The school's putting out poison to kill the rats? And then the collateral damage? The poor owls? Are you being stupid? I'll bet you are, aren't you? Yeah. You do so many other dumb things.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Briley Atchison. I'm a freshman at Blake High School. I experienced a teacher quitting firsthand earlier this year when my English teacher quit after the third day of school. We had a new sub every week, and we didn't know what to do. We didn't know when it was due, and sometimes the subs didn't even know what we were supposed to be doing. Now, why would I bring this up? It's because with more and more teachers quitting, this is becoming a reality for more and more students, even half my age. Now, why was it that when I was younger and my teacher asked me what I wanted to be when I grew up, and I said a teacher, she looked at me with very concerned looks? Why is it that education isn't valued? Why is it that when I told my teacher that, she told me I should look for something more sustainable? Because being a teacher wasn't going to make me money. Why is that? Sorry. What could possibly be more important than education? Why is it that teachers who love teaching have to quit because they possibly cannot make it in this economy? Now, finally, I want to close off by having a brief timeline of teachers who I have loved and who have shown me the love of learning that no longer teach in Hillsborough County. My preschool teacher has left the state. My kindergarten teacher has left the profession. My first grade teacher has left the state. My computer science teacher no longer teaches at public school. One of my middle school chorus teachers has left the profession. The other one only teaches privately. My middle school science teacher left the profession. I ended up having 4 different science teachers that year. My middle school TV production teacher left the profession. And finally, my high school English class teacher left the profession. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christopher Mastro Simone. I want to wish everyone a very happy holiday season to start this off. I know you probably don't hear kind words too much or enough. But I wanted to touch on something that happened in a classroom of my youngest child. I have 3 children. The oldest went through Hillsborough County Schools and graduated in 2017. I have a student in high school currently as a freshman, and then my youngest child is a middle school student. I think everyone here can agree that we want our children to be safe in school. It's been a very important topic over the last, unfortunately, probably 30 years. So to get right to it, what happened in her class was that a student was, kind of bouncing his leg, kicking, as students do when they're nervous or, just something they do. He accidentally contacted the chair of the student in front of him. That student did not take kindly to that, and unfortunately got up and was extremely angry. I guess used some particular language and was asked to leave the classroom by the teacher to calm down. She decided not to do that and unfortunately began striking the student to the point where he bled. My daughter came home, unfortunately. Sorry. She was a bit traumatized, and the question I have, and I apologize for this, is that how can we have a policy that was changed from zero tolerance to allowing a student who would have engaged in this behavior to come back to school the very next day as she did? I do know we need to support our children. However, supporting them and finding out why this child reacted this way is separate from the action of committing violence. So, I ask that the board take a strong look at the current policy and consider returning back to a zero tolerance violence policy so that our children have a much better chance of being in school and feeling safe rather than feeling that they may be a victim. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Okay, thank you. Mr. Robinson? Yes, everybody has.
Let's back. First of all, Feliz Navidad, Merry Christmas, and Happy Hanukkah, because this is my last time here for this year. Joe Robinson, welcome Ms. Combs, Mr. Shake Watson, Vice Chair, Board Member, Superintendent Davis, and Porter, the attorney. First of all, I'm here to talk about, we came down on November the 1st, and we had a conspiracy to deprive us of our rights to freedom of speech. And we were all sanctioned by the NAACP and suspended, 4 of us, because we came and exercised our First Amendment rights. So we're passing out this, which is called the Federal Civil Rights Statute, that was violated by people suspending us by exercising our freedom of speech. So I'm here tonight to request the school board make 2 motions. 1, the Hillsborough County School Board should request a forensic audit of the NAACP Hillsborough County branch's finances, and that it be provided them by the NAACP Hillsborough County branch at the branch's expense. 2, the Hillsborough County School Board should request an audit be performed by the Hillsborough County School Board auditor on facilities leased to and funds given to the NAACP of Hillsborough County branch for the last 3 years before the 2023 budgeted or non-budgeted facilities or dollars be released to the NAACP Hillsborough County branch. The reason for the above requests to the Hillsborough County School Board for forensic audit of the finances from the NAACP, and that the Hillsborough County School Board request an audit be performed by the Hillsborough County School Board auditor on facilities leased and funds given to the NAACP Hillsborough County branch for 3 years is because it is the Hillsborough County School Board's responsibility for transparency and accountability of leased facilities and taxpayer dollars being budgeted, received, and spent by nonprofit public charity entities when funds come from the Hillsborough County School Board's budget. Quote, some organizations don't like accountability and transparency, and the NAACP Hillsborough County branch is one of those organizations. The attached letter from attorney Jeffrey W. Gibson, from McFarland, Ferguson, and McMullen, and press release dated November 16, 2022, gives more reasons why this should be conducted. Thanks. And with my last 30 seconds, I want to just say this. It's sad that it has come to this. It's sad that we may have the FBI and other people investigate this federal conspiracy to deprive us of our First Amendment rights. I don't want to do it, but I'm well known to do it. So I'm asking the school board, please, superintendent, please, Mr. Porter, do not be aiding and abetting this public corrupt criminals. Do not be aiding and abetting. That is your notice. Have a good time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And if the next 5 speakers will line up against the wall.
Hello. My name is Dr. Bonnie Sachs. I'm a clinical professor of psychiatry at the University of South Florida and a sex therapist and former president of the Society for Sex Therapy and Research. I'm also here as the president-elect of the Board of Champions for Children and a proud grandmother of 4. Before I trained in psychiatry and sex therapy, I did also residency in OBGYN at Yale. I have seen thousands of patients over the last 40 years in Hillsborough County and taught sexual safety, reproductive health, and physiology from preschool to medical school to many doctors. Research and clinical experience clearly show us that sex education gives teens more self-control and helps them identify and protect them from risky sexual situations. Also helps them reduce the incidence of sexually transmitted diseases such as HIV, human papillomavirus, which can lead to cancer, chlamydia, syphilis, and gonorrhea. We know that teenagers are impulsive because of 2 physical factors. One, the brain is not fully developed. My husband didn't want me to say myelinated, but before 25 years of age. Teenagers have overactive amygdalas, which I call the impulsive part of the brain, or Mr. Troublemaker. The amygdala is easily triggered, especially in kids who've experienced adverse childhood experiences, which is 1 out of 2 children in our school system. Education helps develop the prefrontal cortex, which I call Mr. Thinker, and it leads to more responsible behavior, social and emotional learning, and healthier relationships and increased media literacy. Sex and reproductive health education should not be political. It's necessary to keep our kids safe, healthy, and responsible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. I'm Leanne Klum, GLSEN Tampa Bay, and I'm Hillsborough County Council PTA's LGBTQ liaison. And I'm here to speak in support of the state-mandated comprehensive sexual education. And it's important when we talk about this subject that we use facts and data, not inflammatory language, nonsensical words like grooming and indoctrinating and sexualizing. So here's what we know. So from the CDC 2019 YRBS, 52% of Florida's high school seniors said that they had had sex. And we all know that number is way too high. But we also know that comprehensive sex ed can help curb those numbers and lower numbers for other things like STIs, HIV, pregnancy, and even dating violence. Research shows that students who receive quality sexual health education are more likely to delay sexual initiation and to use protection when they do have sex. We know that the rates of AIDS and dating violence are higher among our African American and LGBTQ youth. Studies from respected organizations such as the American Academy of Pediatrics have repeatedly shown that kids who receive comprehensive sex education are safer from grooming and child abuse, not the other way around. As a parent, I wanted my kids to have this education because it opened the door to conversations and the opportunity for me to weave my values into these discussions. If parents don't want their children to have this education, they can just opt out in the same way that they opt out of the movies their children see and the field trips that they go on. And really, my big concern in this debate is how some have taken the opportunity in this debate to dehumanize and demonize an entire group of children under the name and under the guise of Christianity. And that's our trans youth. We know they suffer. We know that their struggles can be so intense that nearly half of them will try to kill themselves. That's not what Jesus would do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Respected school board members, teachers, parents, and community members. My name is Sam, and I'm an activist, a spoken word poet, an advocate for youth voice, and a community parent. When I say I'm a community parent, I mean that in the communities I'm a part of, we do believe that it takes a village to raise a child, and so every adult plays a prominent and responsible role in raising every child in that community. When I was in high school, my sister gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. My nephew, right at the gate, was this quiet, calm, what you'd typically call pleasant-natured child. My niece, on the other hand, hardly ever slept. I'm sure you all know what that feels like on some level or the other. When she woke up from an all too brief nap, she would scrunch up her face, ball her fist so tightly that she would get completely red in the face, and she would scream bloody murder, right? I was still young at that time. I was only in high school. So I was terrified of this kid. And I actively stayed away from her, my own niece, for years, just because I didn't want to upset her. But then as I became an adult and my family started to give me responsibility over my niece and my nephew, I started realizing I don't get to do that. We, as adults, don't get to do that. We don't get to give away children. We don't get to say, I am not going to engage with you. We definitely don't get to place value judgments on our kid and say, you're a good kid because you're quiet, and you're a bad kid because you're loud. You're worthy or you're unworthy of love. We don't get to keep some children and throw some children away. All of us as adults, especially in roles of power and roles of responsibility, we have one job. That is to love, protect, and value all of our children. And that means providing inclusive, evidence-based, science-based, comprehensive sex education that keeps every single one of our kids healthy, happy, well-informed, and safe. And for all of the parents who disagree with that process, that is the reason why we have the opt-out option that is provided to them. I would strongly advise that they take it, because if I don't get to make decisions about their children, they certainly shouldn't get to make decisions about mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is James Ray, and I'm an engineer and a businessman. I want to inform you what you can do about keeping your schools safe for your students, teachers, and staff this year. The job description of the school board members includes providing a safe environment for the students. I'm not here today to try to sell you anything. I'm here today to ask your school system to give me permission to prove that the sanitizing program will prevent illnesses caught by these people. I want permission to install most of the non-technical part of a sanitizing system that I've built and installed in one of your schools for 2 weeks, free. I want to inform you that these things can be done very simply, very easily. The sanitizer program is equally effective against all viruses, not flu and just flu and COVID-19, but is much easier to hire good teachers after making your schools safer from these particular two viruses. An illness contracted at schools occur by someone when schools are in session who are infectious with the virus. Preventing the spread of illnesses cannot be done any other time but during the daytime. It takes less than 5 minutes for the sanitizing program to do this per day. The CDC says that the flu is starting off this year the worst it has been in 10 years. And Dr. Fauci says we must continue to be concerned with the COVID-19. Your choice is now. It will take some, probably a month, to insert such a program, and then it will probably take a month to get ready to do so. You can do nothing, and your school personnel will probably experience a very bad year of absenteeism. Maybe you'll have to shut it down. Or you can install an effective sanitizing program, not particular mine, any one you get, the best you can install. Dr. Gerber is one of the leading authorities in the field. He read the sanitizing system and said that it was overkill. I agree. But at the same time, I want to make sure it's overkill until I can do enough beta testing, put it in enough schools to do enough beta testing to make sure I'm not taking out some of the good stuff for the bad. Excuse me. The sanitizing program will save approximately $40,000 per school per month.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Weiss. I am a mother and a resident of Tampa for over 11 years. I am a physician who is board certified in pediatrics and adolescent medicine. Additionally, I am an associate professor and chief of the Division of Adolescent and Young Adult Medicine at the University of South Florida Morsani College of Medicine. I am here today to speak in support of upholding the current comprehensive, medically accurate, and research-based sexual health education curriculum in Hillsborough County. Comprehensive sex education is effective, necessary, and safe for the youth of Hillsborough County. Sex education is neither political nor religious and should not be made so by those who seek its elimination. Comprehensive sex education is effective. In fact, comprehensive sex ed is the only type of sex ed that has been proven in the literature to reduce risky sexual behaviors and negative health outcomes, including decreasing teen pregnancy and birth rates, lowering rates of sexually transmitted infections and HIV, and reducing teen dating violence. Comprehensive sex education is supported by the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Society for Adolescent Health and Medicine, and the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, among many other professional organizations. Comprehensive sex education is necessary. Florida ranks second highest in the U.S. for new HIV diagnoses, and Florida rates are more than double U.S. rates for bacterial sexually transmitted infections among youth aged 15 to 19 years. Rates of bacterial STIs and HIV among youth 13 to 19 years in Hillsborough County are higher than the state of Florida rates, according to the 2021 Youth Risk Behavior Surveillance System data, showing the need for this education in our schools. Comprehensive sex education is safe. Studies from respected organizations, such as the American Academy of Pediatrics, have repeatedly shown that youth who receive comprehensive sex ed are safer from abuse and exploitation. Comprehensive sex ed builds sexual abuse prevention skills and reduces dating violence. The vast majority of parents support comprehensive sex ed. Parents in our community who do not wish their children to have this education can opt out. In summary, comprehensive sex education is effective, necessary, and safe for the youth of Hillsborough County. As a pediatrician who specializes in the care of adolescents and young adults, I urge you to continue to support the current comprehensive, medically accurate, and well-designed curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, and if we could have the next 5 speakers line up against the wall, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Y'all ready?
I think we just have a couple more copies to pass out. Thank you. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Annette Jenkins. I'm retired from the United States Air Force after 21 years. On November the 1st, I came down here with a couple of ladies that wanted to talk to the school board because they could not talk to NAACP about their problems. Their children was getting beat up and bullied in school. I came down here and I expressed my feelings that the school board should not be in bed with NAACP because it's a conflict of interest. 2 weeks later, I got a letter that I passed out to you just now, suspending me for coming down to the school board and expressing my opinion. That is against my civil rights, my freedom to speak. They didn't say that. When I was in the Air Force, I had to sleep on the ground so that all of you, and I'm talking about all of you up there, I'm talking about all of you out there, can sleep in your beds at night so that you can keep your freedom. I am very upset that my freedom was taken away from me, and I'm not going to stop. It's on YouTube. I don't know who sent it to the NAACP or how they got it, but they got it and sent it to me and suspended me. I'm a member of NAACP. They suspended me from NAACP. That it doesn't matter because I'm a community activist and I'm going to still stay out there and help whoever I can because I was trained to do that. However, I'm just letting you know that my rights was violated. They didn't send me a ballot to vote. My rights was violated, and I'm not going to stop here. The next time you see me on screen, you probably see me in Washington, D.C. standing with Biden, telling him what happened to me. I don't appreciate it, and thank you for your time, and I'll be back.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Thank you. Everybody has their handouts. You may begin.
Good evening. I'm Bishop Michelle B. Patty, and I like to make it very clear that the NAACP of today is not the NAACP of yesteryear. I would like to, many of you know, you've heard the president state very clearly that she do not like white people. If a grand wizard of the KKK would have made that statement, would you all have given them a free office on taxpayers' dollars? I think not. Also, as you see this criminal record, the president of the NAACP was sentenced for child abuse. She caused great bodily harm for a child. Out at the University of South Florida, where she was doing her clinicals, she did not receive a degree. But through this MOA, you all allowing her to have access to our children pre-K through 20 in the AXO program. Now, is it because you don't care or value black lives that you think this person is someone that we, parents or grandparents, would want to serve as a mentor to our children? Secondly, there was a letter sent out by your attorney telling them that they cannot have any more people, organization on the campus out there. As you see from the handout, this past Saturday, they have no regards for authority. They had an organization out there this past Saturday. Also, I'd like to know, why is it a member of this organization is getting her personal mail at this taxpayers campus. Here you see that this mail, and the person, she put it all on Facebook bragging about she gets her mail there. It was stated that she sleeps there at times. Last night I observed her having dinner there. But why is this person allowed? Because they were not representing Tampa Housing Authority when they posted this on Facebook. Last night the question was asked, what is this organization doing for children? The grandparent was told absolutely nothing. They said it proudly. We do not give out scholarships. We don't have any programs for the children. So I asked this board, this school board, why are you all allowing this organization to be out there on this campus, causing disturbance, causing people, the police to come out? There's other organizations that would have been worthy, would have been an asset to this community. Let's not get it twisted. This is a bunch of people, criminals, who have taken over a civil rights organization that was born to help not only African Americans. This organization was born on the backs of whites, Hispanic, blacks, everyone who felt that there was injustice. So I don't want this school board to stand hostage to them.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Chair Combs, members of the board. My name is Sonia Almonte, and I come to you today as a sexually transmitted disease STI program manager with the Florida Department of Health in Hillsborough County, and also a graduate of Hillsborough County Public Schools who has personally benefited from a comprehensive and inclusive sexual education curriculum. Let me begin by underscoring Dr. Weiss's statement about local STI statistics that you may find concerning surrounding youth, the ages of 13 to 19 in Hillsborough County. According to FloridaHealthCharts.gov, provided by the Bureau of Communicable Diseases in the Florida Department of Health, in 2021, we saw 2,799 new bacterial STIs for that age group, including chlamydia, gonorrhea, and syphilis. The incident rates per 100,000 population is 2,159 in Hillsborough County, which is far higher than the state average, which is 1,803 cases. This comprehensive and inclusive sex education curriculum is a tool for STI prevention. Additionally, we had 12 youth acquire HIV in Hillsborough County last year, when contracting HIV is completely preventable through sexual health education, HIV awareness, and access to HIV prevention medications such as PrEP, which is a pre-exposure prophylaxis. Every single day, we see youth access our clinic at University Area Health Center who believe they're invincible, and parents who think this could never happen to my child. With this comprehensive and inclusive sexual education curriculum, Hillsborough County Public Schools could prepare students for life by empowering them with sexual health education to make decisions that are healthy, happy, and safe. Lastly, I will conclude by sharing my personal story. I was raised in a conservative Catholic Hispanic household here in West Tampa, where sex is a taboo topic, never discussed. And the first time I saw a condom was actually at Roland Park Middle School. No, not by a boy, but by a licensed health educator, providing classmates and me with comprehensive and inclusive sexual health education. It did not grant me the license to engage in sexual behaviors. Instead, it empowered me with the language of sexual consent and how to use condoms correctly. Yes, I recall the class was uncomfortable and unsettling. However, this comprehensive and inclusive sex ed prepared me for life, providing me with a sexual education that I would never receive elsewhere. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. First, I'd like to say hi to Patty. It's good to see you up there and thankful for you here. Well, I'll start with just saying this. I think I know what would stop the spread of STIs, and that would be an abstinence-based curriculum, which is actually the requirement of the law, but that is not at all what our curriculum teaches. So it's a joke to suggest that teaching abstinence is the expected standard is happening in the 7th grade sex ed curriculum. It's not. I can guarantee that. And I'll tell you, I'm going to go in reverse order of what my notes say because I want to address this first. So phrases that give lip service, like abstinence is the only way to prevent STDs, does not meet the legal requirement or essence of the law to teach abstinence as the expected standard. That's here in Florida, that statute. It's the expected standard. So this curriculum is a contraceptive and services-based curriculum, teaching kids where to get tested for STIs, which is assuming that they will be sexually active rather than teaching them the benefits of abstinence. I have 6 kids, 13 to 23. I've taught them the benefits of abstinence. None of them have suffered STIs, STDs. None of them have engaged in any of this activity, and they're not married yet. So praise God, that's the way it is in my family. I've taught them that. Okay, now let's see if I can get back to my notes and cover everything. First, I want to talk about the public hearing that happened November 17th. A few things to note. I know you guys weren't able to be here, and so let me just tell you, first of all, there was not enough room for everyone inside. There were people waiting outside for 30 to 45 minutes before some were let in. Some of my friends just ended up turning around and going home. So I don't think that that adequately gave people the opportunity to participate in that, especially because it wasn't recorded. There's no viewing of this. There's 200 pages of notes. Great, but who's going to take the time to do that? Second, there were 45 or so people who had signed up to speak at that hearing, and many of them had jobs and other things that they needed to get to, so I don't think that all of them had the opportunity to speak. Another thing that happened, and there were over 3,000 petitions filed, just for the record, against this curriculum. Another thing that happened that was very disheartening was that the board attorney and Ashley Capucci had an hour and 18 minutes, according to my timing, to speak uninterrupted and defend the curriculum, or at least the parts of the curriculum that were defensible in their estimation. They did not answer my concerns. Here's my number one concern. Florida Statute 1003.46 says this: teach abstinence from sexual activity outside of marriage as the expected standard for all school-age students while teaching the benefits of monogamous heterosexual marriage. Marriage is not mentioned one time in that curriculum, not once. So when you're teaching this, you have to teach the benefits of that. It's not the only way, but that is a requirement of Florida statutes. So that is another issue. I'd like to also note for the public that Planned Parenthood is listed as an external partner in the creation of this curriculum. Do you think they might have a conflict of interest?
Thank you.
I
Next
do.
speaker, please. Thank you. And if the next 5 speakers will please line up.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Catherine Dickens, former employee, now retired, of this great district. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to agenda item 5.01 in naming the Media Center in honor of Carolyn P. Hill, who is an outstanding educator, administrator, mentor, and servant leader. I'm sure you've had the chance to review her packet, and you will agree that Carolyn P. Hill was an amazing individual who served tirelessly for 35 plus years on behalf of students, educators, families, and the community. Your support of this honor will leave a lasting legacy for many years to come. Her influence and strong foundation of servant leadership have made an immeasurable mark on many of the people here today. To each of the board members, thank you for your service and the important work that you do to accelerate Hillsborough and prepare students for life. Here also with me is members of her sorority of Zeta Phi Beta sorority. Would you stand? Along with principal of Shi High and her bestie, Mrs. Fontaine Marion. Please stand. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Albertine Joyner. I am also a retiree with Hillsborough County School System, 35 wonderful years in the kindergarten program. I worked at Shehigh Elementary from 2004 until 2021. The first principal there was Carolyn Patricia Hill, who was a great person. She was an innovator. She was an educator. She loved children. She loved her staff. Every day was a great day. I loved going to work at that school. Also, she had a saying to every day to her children: do what's best and right for all children, not just some children, all children. And we are asking, in honor of her, we know that she's deceased now, to name the library Carolyn P. Hill Media Center. And one thing I must say, she is a product of Hillsborough County School System. She is a proud graduate of Middleton Senior High School and also from FAMU University, where she got her education. So I know I'm about to cry because I miss her and I love her. She was just one of the greatest principals here in Hillsborough County School System. And I respected her every day, and I enjoyed working for her every single day that she was there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mohideen Syed. I am living in Lutz, 2 boys and a wife. I'm representing an organization called Tampa Bay Tamil Academy, and I speak a language at home called Tamil, which is spoken in the southmost part of India, and it's also spoken in multiple countries like Sri Lanka, Singapore, Malaysia, Mauritius, all different countries. Over 80 million people speaks this language. This is one of the oldest existing classical language which is still working, meaning is used today. There are a lot of literatures written, and we, from the people, those who speak Tamil, believe in one thing called Yadum Oore Yavarum Kelir. What does that mean is the whole world is all ours, and also everyone is kin and our relatives. That's how we believe. And why I'm here, before that I moved from Columbus, Ohio in 2014. When I came here, this language was not taught to children. So I started an organization which is called Tampa Bay Tamil Academy. That's a not-for-profit organization. It's fully run by volunteers. About 45 volunteers teach the language right now. In 2014, when we started with 9 kids, now 330 kids are learning. The kids learn from pre-K till 8th grade. That's what they learn, the language. We follow curriculum which is most closely related with ACTFL standard. There is a council for teaching foreign language. So we teach them, and we follow curriculum from an organization called American Institute of Tamil Language. Tampa Bay Tamil Academy is also an organization which is accredited by Cognia, the same organization which accreditates Hillsborough County School District. Right now we conduct classes at Chamberlain High School on Friday afternoon. We have rented the facility and conducting the classes. Now, there is something called a biliteracy seal, which we are enabled. Hillsborough County is also biliteracy seal, Florida State is. Other states like Atlanta, Georgia or New Jersey, New York, Minnesota, many states, the students gets credit for learning the language. We wanted Hillsborough County School District student also get the same, as there are over 300 kids, those who are learning this language over 8 years. So we need guidance, help from the board to do.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi all, Brittany Cooper here, and the Carrollwood K-8 initiative is back. So we're excited and happy to be here, and we're also looking forward to the boundary analysis webinar that's going on tonight. We're excited to see what it has to show. The efforts that you guys have taken to quickly roll this out have not gone unnoticed, and we know that that wasn't an easy task. We thank you guys. As WXY Studio analyzed the current school boundaries, we know that Carrollwood was meeting all of the elements that they're keeping as a priority. So distance to school, assignment stability, and preserving the feeder patterns to the next school. We are so appreciative that you guys are taking the time to listen to us and to hear our voices, and for just being open and honest to meet with us as you all have. So thank you so much. We are looking forward to that yes vote for the Carrollwood K-8 transition to a K-8, and thank you so much. So we're going to listen to some other great speakers. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Malassi. I am a parent of 2 Carrollwood Elementary School Owls, as well as the president of the school's Dads Club. I also coach some of the local kids soccer teams and football teams as well, and try to play an active role as a role model as well as a mentor to the children in the community. Our Dads Club is very involved in the school by working with the principal and the PTA to help organize, set up, participate in school activities such as Grandparents' Day, campus beautification, which consists of general cleanup of debris from like storms, and then also helping with landscaping and some general maintenance repairs to help keep the school safe and as the best learning environment as possible. We also assist with the fundraising events for our school, like our annual golf tournament and our gala and our fall festival, which is called Hootie Fest. As president, I had the opportunity to speak with all of our dads, 110 of them to be exact, about this issue with the K-8 initiative, and all of them are in support and on the same page that our current zone middle school is not an option for our families. We all understand continuity and the importance of keeping our children and community together to optimize our children's learning potential and to build a better future for them. I'm the voice and the representative for the other dads in the Dads Club because they're not able to be here today for either work or unable to attend. Please help us transition Carrollwood into a K-8 so that we can continue our support of our children's educational experience and provide a positive male role models for the students as they get older over these next 8 years that can help shape them into young adults and teenagers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is John Perella. I have a daughter in 4th grade, and I have my son will be starting kindergarten next year. Like Mike, I am very involved. I'm a very involved dad at Carrollwood Elementary. When my wife and I first learned of the Carrollwood K-8 initiative, we were immediately and enthusiastically in favor of it. Due to the poor performance of the currently zoned middle school, we knew it was not an option for us. What we didn't realize was nearly every parent with a child in Carrollwood feels the same way. I was shocked to learn that of the approximately 110 Carrollwood 5th graders from last year's class, only 2 enrolled in their zoned middle school. That means more than 98% of the time parents in our situation choose to enroll their children somewhere, anywhere else. Think about that. 98% say no. This is clearly a problem. It results in the exit of many great students from our public school system, and in most cases they will never return. But there is a solution. As detailed by this group on several occasions, the Carrollwood K-8 initiative will retain these great students in our public school system, ultimately resulting in increased graduation rates for the district. Any parent I speak with about this effort supports it. This is an opportunity for this board to solve a solvable problem. And as Brittany mentioned, we look forward to the boundary analysis webinar tonight, and I hope it reinforces that transitioning Carrollwood to a K-8 school is the right decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Board, Superintendent, Debbie Hunt, County Citizens Defending Freedom. I am concerned about a couple of items on your consent agenda, which continue a pattern that we've been seeing as we've been reviewing these agendas. Items 1.07, Prismatic Services, Inc. agreement to evaluate the sexual health education curriculum already being taught in spite of the over 3,000 petitions filed by concerned parents and citizens. 1.08, Indicus, Evaluation and Planning Agreement. 1.09, Pacific Research and Evaluation Agreement with a focus on six elementary schools. And 1.10, Indicus Evaluation and Planning Agreement with a focus on 28 schools. All appear to be collecting data on children, which that has been an ongoing concern that's been expressed at prior meetings. All of these agreements will be signed today, and all of them have a deliverable by the end of December of this year, which is 18 days from now, and only 8 working days for teachers, students, and other staff. This continues to be a pattern. My other concern is the lack of information that was included on the informational item 12.01, the Florida Department of Education letter regarding district policies and procedures, specifically related to parental rights. And it references Hillsborough County Public Schools Policy 2060. The letter says 63, it's actually 03, Racial Equity Policy. Though I was able to obtain a copy of this policy, it should have been included with the package so anybody reviewing it could easily cross-reference. The other is the concern that that was expressed in the letter from the Hillsborough County Public Schools, creating safe schools for all students, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, questioning queer, LGBTQ+, critical resource and support guide for staff that was put out by the diversity chief at the beginning of the school year. This one was difficult to find, but there were concerns for parents expressed in that letter related to access to bathrooms and sex-segregated facilities, affirmed names and gender pronouns, coming out, and confidentiality. Neither of the packages were included in the overall pack. Neither of the documents were included.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Tina Williams Brewster. I meet with you once again. Compliance today. We talk about Hillsborough County Public Schools, and we're all for student equity and fairness. Let's take a look at that. Once again, I'm here to talk about ESC students, specifically 504 students, IEP. Once again, who holds the principals at these schools accountable? Exactly. No one except parents. It is time to set a standard. Are we so desperate that, we're so desperate for teachers that we allow things to just fall through the cracks? It's time for Florida to be on the top. I'm speaking to the board members. You sit here. What are you here for? What do you actually do for parents and students? We've gone through the process. We filed state complaints, and yet our students still don't have their needs met. What is it going to take? When is Hillsborough County going to really start putting students first? We say all these nice things, but I challenge you, stop talking to the parents who are just going to tell you what you want to hear, and talk to the parents who are in the trenches, who actually are advocating for change. We're not your enemy. We're here to be a partner. But some of the administration that you all have just given the keys to, they need training. You just don't hand someone the keys and say, go be about it. And if you have any issues, oh, well, take care of them. They're not being taken care of. They remain over and over and over. I'm still waiting on someone to talk to me about it. Who's going to talk to me tonight? I'm not going to give up. I'm still going to come before you. Our children deserve, it is their right to be in an environment that actually educates them and not gives them emotional distress and trauma. It's simple. Be professional. Be transparent. Be consistent.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Alan Brewster. I would like to talk about leadership once again. We moved here in 2015 with 6 children, and we've matriculated through 6 schools. All of the schools have the same issues over and over and over. Principals, the administrators should be leaders, but they're actually managers of day-to-day operations. A real leader will be engaged, involved with the students. The students show you if there's real leadership in the building. Gaither High School, popping firecrackers in the restroom. No leadership. Student bringing a loaded gun to school. No leadership. Students leaving the campus, no leadership, because you have managers managing the day-to-day operations. You have administrators telling students they're going to do something and they don't come through for the students. So the students say, I don't trust you because you're not a person of your word. They're not. They're not caring. They're not empathetic. They don't show these students that they care. You want to know what the students think? You want to know what the students feel about you? Engage them. They walk around. They don't even engage the students. The principal told my daughter something. He didn't do it. Then he walked right by her every day. Don't say anything. You're not a leader. You're not a leader. And it's sad because the expectations is so low. The standards are so low. That's why you keep getting the stuff that you're getting in the schools. Raise the standard. Raise the expectations. And a lot of these things will go away. But it's just that simple. But if you don't raise the standards, you don't raise the expectations, it's never going to change. Students deserve better than that. They're not getting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Damaris Allen, and I am a parent for a few more months of a child in Hillsborough County Schools. I'm a graduate of Hillsborough County Schools, and I also have a graduate of Hillsborough County Public Schools. And I am grateful that they had the opportunity to participate in comprehensive sex education. But as a parent who also believes that I should take a responsibility in this role, I also thought it was important that my child participate in a faith-based sex education class that I provided on my own at the church I attend. Why do I say that? Because it's important to note that the fact that the school district offers this program does not prevent me as a parent from making a responsible decision about what's best for my child. It simply provides an opportunity for all children to participate in this. Also, I think it's really important to note of the over 3,000 petitions that you received, 99% of them were traced back to being out of state or out of district. This is really, really important to me to note as a parent, that people outside of the people who live here are trying to impact the decisions that impact the kids in my community. Also, I hope that you will take a moment to review the Youth Risk Behavior Survey before making a decision about this sex education curriculum, because it has incredible information within it. I know that all of you are here because you care about kids, and it makes it clear how policies and decisions that you make will impact the health and the safety of our kids. And a few more things. I think it's really important that we make sure that it is easy for parents to opt out, that we have a way that they understand that it's coming home at a certain time. Maybe you have a certain time of year it comes home every time. Do not send it in first day packets, because everyone is overwhelmed by that. Have them come back at a certain time. Utilize Parent Link. Engage with partners. Tell them that you're sending that out. Engage with the PTA. Engage with the local churches that are engaged. And tell them that this information is going out so they can tell the parents who are concerned as well. Utilize your partnerships to make sure parents know if they want to opt out, they can opt out, instead of taking it away from all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker for tonight?
It's a nice picture, don't worry. Security already checked it. So did some people in the back, too. I'm Kim Henriquez, and I'm a kindergarten teacher at Lowry Elementary, back with my continuing saga. I know you look forward to this all the time, don't you? Well, one thing I love about coming here, I'm grateful because it gets me out of school early. Yeah. I was there until 7:30 last night. You know what I was doing? I was an IT person. I was updating and syncing 18 laptops so that my kindergarten students could take their second progress monitoring assessment for the STAR exam. We just did this in October. How much growth are we expecting to see in 2 months? I'm just, and we're also doing this. I've got until December 23rd to get this done. Do you know what happens? You know, it's Christmas time. They're excited, right? They don't want to take a test. And we used to do letter sound ID, which was great information for me as a kindergarten teacher. I even like the Wonder Screener. And you don't have to update anything to do that. It's just good old-fashioned. Do you know this letter? Let me hear you make the sound. We used to do the developmental reading assessment. Remember that one, folks? That's a great tool. You sit with a child and you listen to them read and you talk about it. We've just made such, and I know it's probably not your fault. I'm sure it's coming from Tallahassee, pretty sure. But you know, it's just sad. It really is sad. But I'm grateful that I get to come here and listen to all these amazing speakers. I got to tell the girl that wanted to be a teacher, don't give up your dream. Because I wanted to be a teacher from the time I was in 3rd grade. Got into high school, you know, no, I'll be a teacher, you know, make any money, yada, yada, yada. And then I worked in the insurance industry for 12 years. I was a licensed insurance agent. And I was just not fulfilled, but didn't fulfill my heart. So I told that young girl, I said, don't give up on your dream, because when you do something that you want, you're not working. That being said, you have to make a living wage. I can do it. I'm not married. I don't have children. I don't have the expenses that a lot of these people in here have. So, you know, just goes back again. And Carrollwood Charter Schools, I applaud you. Because I was the student that was afraid to go to middle school. My parents sent me to a K-8 Christian school, and I am forever, ever, ever indebted and grateful for that experience. So go for it.
Thank you. And that concludes our public comment for this evening. I need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. I have a motion by Member Gray. I have a second by Member Washington. Please vote when your lights appear for the consent agenda. Lynn? and it passes unanimously. I will now call on Superintendent Davis to highlight our administrative appointments.
Yes, Mr. the Chair. Thank you so very much. Tonight we got an opportunity to celebrate and highlight two individuals that will be able to transition to leadership roles. And as you know, leadership is so important. You're only as good as your next hire. So this evening we have the opportunity to be able to announce the new principal of Irwin Technical College. This is an opportunity for us to highlight an individual that has been in education since 1992, was an educator at Eisenhower Middle School, also was graduated from University of South Florida with a degree in special education, transitioned to graduate at Southern Mississippi in educational leadership, has held many different positions, a variety of leadership positions within our school district, is the current AP at Irwin Technical College, and will transition to the new principal, and this is Mrs. Sharon Tamiki. Come on up. That's right. You got to walk down. You got to walk down the red carpet. There you go. Walk it. There you go.
Yay.
Also, Dr. Good, thank you so very much. We have leaders that continue to work hard, and this will be a great opportunity for you to lead. We're all here to support you, and your family's here as well. So congratulations, and let's get ready to go. All right. Next, we had a opening at Robles Elementary School within our organization. We had in transformation. We had a leader that just truly had a genuine love to be able to be in a school, and she is currently an executive director in transformation to be able to lead the work along the way. She has over 18 years of education. That education has learned from online, serving students to online platforms, to charter school platforms, to public education platforms, many interactions with Florida Virtual, also the same token with the Department of Education, comes to us, and we had this opening, has been a turnaround specialist, has taken a Bridge Prep Academy from an F Title I school to a B Title I school, has the ability, skill set to be able to lead, has the energy and effort. Is my pleasure to acknowledge the individual that is willing to go back to the principalship out of the district level and lead, and that is Dr. Christine Harris. Please come on down. Congratulations. Thank you. You got to make the walk as well. There we go. Congratulations. Know that this entire community is behind you as well, and this board is behind you, and anything you need from us, we're here to help you. Thank you for willing to go back and serve children every single day. Congrats. All right, that's it.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. At this time, we're moving up the information item 1201 to discussion of the Florida Department of Education letter regarding the district policy and procedures. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. And in October 19th, the state school board, at a state school board meeting, they identified a number of school districts that were potentially out of compliance with certain policies and procedures. They identified Hillsborough County as one of the school districts that were potentially out of compliance. We then chased conversations and a communication through our government affairs on the 24th, sending an email asking for clarification. I didn't hear anything. I also chased it by October 27th, asking the chancellor for any indication of where we are out of compliance so we can make certain that we are in compliance as new rulings and new statutory requirements were put in place. And then on November 18th, a letter was sent from the Florida Department of Education to me as superintendent, identifying the first one of policy identified as 2260.63, which is our racial equity policy, that we were out of compliance related to that particular compliance level. Then also being able to look at being potentially out of compliance with Creighton Safe Schools guide that related to the restroom, which is a new ruling has been put in place. So openly, we sent a letter back. They asked for a letter back by December the 9th, identifying where we are as a school district. We sent a letter back on the 7th, identifying that these two particular areas we have been working with Department of Education staff, and at the same token, working with their council We finally got a communication today from their council informing us that we will schedule some time, making certain that our staff, their staff, and both legals were actively engaged and involved. So now being able to move the needle and schedule a workshop as soon as possible in January, and being able to change and address these two particular areas, providing feedback from the board and being able to move in a direction where we're in compliance with statutory requirements. Mr. Porter, anything from your side?
I think the superintendent's right. I think the important takeaway here is that the board and the public understand that since we were made aware that there were two specific areas in Hillsborough County that were of concern to the state, that we've been actively working with the state to get more clarity and to develop a timeline so that the board can react to those comments from the state. And again, as the superintendent said, as recently as today, we heard from their legal counsel that that we're engaging with as well. So we're working with the chair on establishing dates for both a workshop and a board meeting to address the policies. Ms. Davis will advertise. We're seeking your permission to allow Ms. Davis to advertise a policy hearing so that it could be accomplished in a timely manner.
In addition to that, I had a conversation today. We received an email from the Chancellor of Education asking for potential for staff to be just available for tomorrow. I called them with late notice. As you know, we're booked out for 2 or 3 months. We know this is important. He said his response for Hillsborough County will be to the board, the State Board of Education, that we've been working with them since day one, that we are working to be able to be in compliance, and they are satisfied with that particular area. They will also note that their general counsel has actively engaged and that we have an upcoming meeting, and that they're pleased with the progress that we're making, but we just got to work quick as we can to be in compliance.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent Davis. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Superintendent Davis and Mr. Porter. I heard, as some of us did at the Florida School Board Association conference last month, that we are open for a class action lawsuit. The November 16th letter that states that 2 of our policies, which have just been mentioned, are not in compliance. Our policies are now mostly updated by our government relations individual, Kristen Davis, Chief of Staff, curriculum staff members, and our district attorney, Jeff Gibson. And I'm not real sure how much our part-time attorney does get involved. However, legal policy summations and updates to fit new Florida Department of Education statutes is not their sole responsibility. Rather, as been quoted from the Orange County full-time attorney, which, by the way, they have 10 full-time school board attorneys, said this should have been updated continually before we have gotten, obviously, a lack of compliance. I will note that for 3 months, we have been, and staff members, luckily so, have been doing a lot of the policy work, not only in the sexual education curriculum, but also in the books, with the book situation, also with the finance department, which now has been brought to their attention from federal and state policy changes. They also have to change their way of work. All this is to say, I feel, board members, and I hope that you understand that we are not being made aware of what is going on, nor are we aware of other counties. The 10 major counties have 3 or more full-time board attorneys. 16 separate attorneys in the Orange County case that deal with legislative matters, such as the Parental Bill of Rights, such as the sexual education curriculum, and we can go on and on. Our current part-time attorney, and blessed as he is, excellent. We talk about cost savings. Of course we should. But right now we're looking at a monthly fee of $177,000 so far, and this comes from the finance department as of a few days ago. We're looking at a total of $515,000 per year, or of this year, and that's not including litigation from July 9th to well, it's not included till it's from July 1st to September 30th, which means we have about 4 more months. So we may go near to $600,000. One of the concerns I have is the lack of transparency. I would have hoped that we would get invoices for the board to see a billing
Member
process.
Gray, if you want to get back in the
but
queue.
For this, I have not seen. And
Member Gray, do you want to get back into the queue? Because I do have some other members who'd like to speak. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. I've had constituents reach out regarding having trouble accessing the materials that are referred to in the letter, just like we also heard during public comment. Are those on our Are they on our website? Because even I was struggling to find them. And if so, or if not, can they be put on the website, and can a link be put either on the homepage of the district so they're easily accessible for our taxpayers, constituents, families, et cetera?
Yes, Mr. the Chair. One thing we'll do is that all of our policies are linked on there, and I think it was a good idea for the ask today from a constituent to make sure that they're under this item. We can go back and upload this information for certain, and I'll lean on Dr. Vera Tirado to talk about whether or not our guide is extended.
Right. So consistent with all of the other guides that we use in the district for training and supporting our staff, it's in our internal information system. So that would be certainly something I can work with the superintendent if we wanted to do some other way of making that available.
Yeah, especially as we're moving through this process so that our community has access to these documents that are referred to in this letter. I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
And just for the record as well, one is an actual board policy, so that can be found by Googling Hillsborough County School Board policies. The other is a guide that, as Dr. Vera Tirado said, is an internal one. But I want to the board has control over, the other one's the superintendent.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that. If we could just have a link right on the homepage, given this is something that is being discussed and it's what I would consider an action item for the district right now, and communicating and being transparent as much as possible as we move through this process with the DOE as well as with our constituents, our taxpayers, is important. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Rendon?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure that we emphasize as a board the priority of our policies in this district, and making sure that as a board we are going to take a priority in scheduling this workshop as soon as possible. It is our cognitive responsibility as a board for the Hillsborough County to be cognitive of when our policies are outdated and when our policies need to be reviewed and renewed. And so because of that, and because our transparency to our public, I want to make sure that this board makes it a priority that we schedule a workshop as soon as possible to make sure we prioritize our job and our responsibility.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Gray?
I'll be brief, and thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Member Rendon. I also will agree with Member Hahn. We do need the transparency. We should be, by all fairness, when we get consent agendas, there's a cost to them, or when we get discussion agendas, there's a cost, and therefore we question many of these, and we should. We need to have a structure or a way of work where we do receive legal fees. What are the litigation fees? What is the policy making fees? Monthly workshop, school boarding, meeting fees. We need to have a process where this board sees the expenditures, especially as it relates to part-time attorney, which is our school board attorney, and any other individual situations. Litigation is very expensive. And you know this probably intellectually, but it could cost us millions of dollars. And it has before, by the way. It has. And we talk about teachers getting raises, etc. Well, guess what? You're going to have to realize that legal situations can cost this district millions of dollars. And I have almost a ream of paper to share. So that's why I'm taking all this conversation. We need a full-time attorney. We've needed it for a long time. We need the protection. If we don't, board members, a class action suit is very much could happen, especially being out of compliance. Now, the last thing I want to know, too, how many of us have done evaluations for our attorney? I have. We have not discussed an evaluation as we did with the superintendent, openly, or as a board. I don't even know if you all got a school board evaluation for the attorney. I did. That has to be done. That's transparency. Also, what is our government our government liaison doing? Well, I'll tell you what she's doing. She's working on legislative meetings. She's working on policy making. She's working on, with us, with legislative updates, with delegations. She works to do the conferences, the legislative visits. She does the policy language. Why are we not having an attorney to help do what this one-woman show is doing day by day? So, my request to the chair, and I think Member Rendon has spotlighted it, an immediate discussion from this board to know what is going on with the part-time attorney and why are we not talking about a full-time attorney such as Orange County who has 10 school board attorneys. That's what I would like. Madam Chair, if you want to reply.
Thank you, Member Gray. I know that prior to walking in today, I looked at the workshop, and we do have a workshop scheduled for technology that we can move down, and that we can look at this workshop on January 17th. We already have that scheduled. I think it's a good time, and it's a very important time. I also think that prior to me coming to this position as an educator and as a business person, I was shocked that an entity this large that oversees $4 billion does not have in-house counsel. I was very surprised, and as I look around, if you look at the top districts around the country, every single one of them have an in-house attorney. If you look at Pinellas, Palm Beach, Broward, every district besides Pasco County has in-house attorneys. Our main job is to be looking at policy. We have policies that are so outdated. We need somebody who's going to be looking at those around the clock. There are many laws coming down from Tallahassee that we need to make sure that we're abiding by parents' rights, by all the changes. So I'm very concerned when I go to the charter office, when I go to the finance division, academic services, policies. Ask any one of those cabinet members. They will all say that they are trying to translate the law by themselves. That is really opening us up to a lot of liability. And we are always going to need outside counsel. There's no question. A district this size, we can't specialize in everything. But I need to be able to go into the district office and know that I can ask someone about an interpretation of a letter and that I don't have to wait. I think it's very important. So I think within that policy meeting, we also need to look at, as a board, to look at what it looks like, what other districts are doing, and how we can make sure that we're covering ourselves legally and make sure that our district and that our cabinet also feel like they're getting the laws and that they're able to understand and interpret the constant changes. So I also would like to move to have a meeting like that on January 17th that not only looks at the letter, but also looks at what is occurring in our district and how do we compare to other districts outside of this, outside of here in Hillsborough County, as well as nationally, and what we need to do to make sure that we have the legal support for that. So I would like to change that meeting, if it's okay with everybody, for January 17th. Superintendent Davis, is that okay for January 17th? We will have the policy and also look at that.
Yes, ma'am, the chair. That was one of the things we could recommend is the 17th would be the time where we can adjust workshop focus, and that could be an area of focus to be able to address these two particular areas. By then, we'll continue to work with the Department of Education. We hope to be able to get them on a meeting, whether it be this week or next week at the latest, so that we can start drafting content to be able to present by the 17th. But we will have our part ready and prepared.
Okay. Thank you. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. I'm a little bit confused because I hear that some of our board members are concerned that we don't have enough representation, and due to the ever-changing laws and to make sure that we're in compliance, we'd like to have a discussion about whether or not we need more representation. However, what I think is getting confusing in the conversation is I pay a lot of attention to the ever-changing laws. Superintendent Davis, you know that I've contacted you repeatedly, sent you links to things from the DOE when we're on the docket, asked a bunch of questions concerning what's going on, are we in compliance? And the information that I've gotten back isn't that our staff is confused by legal advice, it's that the information that we're getting from the state isn't clear and isn't providing that guidance. So I think that we need to keep that in the conversation, that as aggressive as we are to try to stay in compliance and keep our policies updated, the legislation that's coming out, whether it's rules from the Department of Education or whether it's coming from our legislation, hasn't been explicitly clear in their expectations and exactly what that means. And instead of working with us to give us time of exactly what they want and giving us that in the letter, instead we get a notification that we're out of compliance and we're going to be made an example of at a Board of Education. And to me, that's not a partnership. And identifying staff members and saying that, you know, they're the reason why we're not getting clarification on some of these, I find to be frustrating, because I know I've been very aggressive about trying to stay on top of this and understand if we're out of compliance and what is being asked for. And I've spoken to people in other counties. I have friends on other school boards, including Orange County, and they're in just as much confusion as we are, whether they have one lawyer or 10 lawyers trying to disseminate the information of exactly what's being asked for. So I just want to include those pieces in this conversation so we can have a real holistic conversation about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Hahn?
Thank you. I'd just like to request an updated workshop calendar since there's been some changes.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're going to be talking about this letter, the DOE, where we're at in the process in January.
Yes, ma'am, to the chair. It's January 17th. Right now it's identified as IT strategic planning, and we'll be able to push this up to be able to address this component.
Okay. Yep.
And I'll send the forecasted workshop agenda.
Okay.
For
Yeah.
everyone.
Just I know we have quite a few. We have a whole calendar.
Yes, ma'am.
Over the next couple of months of workshops. So just kind of just get an updated one where this is replacing the IT one and where the IT one will then go next, since that's the one I requested. Thank you.
Yeah, and we'll be sure to send that out by tomorrow.
Yep.
By tomorrow, by noon. Member Perez?
Yeah, for transparency purposes, how many policy workshops do we have a year?
Before COVID, we were aspirationally trying to do it quarterly. When COVID hit, it got put back. So we're trying to do 2 a year, 2 workshops a year and 2 public hearings a year. But that's, again, aspirational. Ms. Davis and I work on trying to get that scheduled. We react to state laws every legislative session, and then we do board-initiated and staff-initiated policies as well. When I first became the school board attorney, the very first thing the board did was enact 99 new policies, and that was felt to be too overwhelming. So the goal has always been to try to do it more often so that it's a rolling cycle. And again, COVID sort of put paid to that, but we're trying to get back on track with your schedules. And a lot of it is making sure that the board can meet at the times when we schedule them.
But normally when we're looking at policy and we ask to update that policy or, adjust it in any way, that happens. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. With your guidance along with Kristen Davis' guidance. Are we correct? Okay. So, Superintendent, when things in this district are provided to us in a timely manner, we go ahead and adjust those policies. But when we just all of a sudden receive a letter, calling us out, saying that our policies are not, up to date, is it because we are not up to date, or is it because they just sent us a letter saying that we are not?
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. Usually, anytime that we have new legislation, new ruling, we will work to find a workshop and some space to have the conversation. Related to this particular item, the second item that they identified in the letter, when they sent the letter out, the ruling hadn't been formalized until it was at that time. 4 days, they sent the letter out, then a few days later, then that became a new ruling to be able to identify what we're going to do and every school district is going to do related to restrooms. So for us, it's just fresh for us, and we just wanted clarification from the Department of Education to identify where within our policies are we out of compliance? And the letter said you may be out of compliance. So we want to be able to pin down their, their general attorney to identify what we can do or need to do or don't have to do related to their interpretation of any type of statutory requirements or any type of ruling. We really want them to be a partner in this process so we have a better understanding, so we're not on top of a stage in a board meeting being questioned at the state level. As you said, I sent the link yesterday. There's a number of school districts that we're not alone, and they have a lot. Their list is way longer than ours. Overall, we have to weigh it. The policy that's in question now for the board is a policy that was nationally recognized, and the board had a national award for that. As it relates to procedure, we're just trying to make the adjustments as a new ruling just came out weeks ago. So we just want to get linked in. But to answer your question, yes, we work as speedy as we can to be able to be up to date so that we're in compliance with all of the expectations.
So whether we have one attorney or we have 25, we are doing well in comparison to other districts. Am I correct?
When you look at some of the letters that went out, we have less areas of concern than others do. Okay. I would say that.
All right. So I tend to agree with the board member Vaughn when, we're looking at how our board attorney works with this board when we need to be in compliance. Thank you so much.
Member Washington?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. A quick question, Superintendent. How long do they give you? Like, do they send it out and then you have X amount of days to respond?
Through the chair, in this letter, when they sent this letter out, they gave us to December the 9th to be able to respond. So we responded and chased that and worked compliantly with our legal team, with our staff and Department of Education to respond in a manner saying, listen, we understand it. We're working with your teams. We're going to work, as speedy as we can to be able to comply with this. They didn't give any kind of date related to when they wanted it done. I think that as soon as they pass ruling, they understand that they've got to give us time to make adjustments. One example would be is that the ruling that they want to make certain that every classroom library is accessibility to all of our parents. In our communication this week with the Department of Education, when you have 14,000 classrooms, we told them it's going to take time. And we don't want to put that burden on our teachers. They've got too much to deal with right now. So, we've asked them to be able to allow that process to happen and be prepared by the fall of 2023 as we transition to the school year. So they understand that the task is in front of us. As it relates to the policy, I think the big thing is for, as Ms. Randon spoke about, is being able to create space and time to be able to address it and then move that needle down the road to make certain we're in compliance as soon as possible versus what we're going to have to put on all of our elementary teachers with their classroom libraries. That's just going to take a lot of time and effort, and we're trying to figure out space to be able to do that and the quickest mechanism to be in compliance with that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Member Gray?
So the word that I don't want to hear is reactive. I'd rather have a word saying proactive. In my mind, and I want us to understand that we're talking two different type of attorneys, and I want to thank Jeff Gibson for taking up a lot of this legislative what's coming down from the state so eloquently and so successfully, or that compliance letter would be a little bit more nasty. We have a school board attorney. Our school board attorney needs to be proactive, help us know and learn about legislation before it happens. And I grant you, Member Vaughn, that they are still not sure, many of them are not sure exactly what they're going to do. But I assure you that within 3 months, when they adjourn, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Kristen, I assure you there will be multiple new bills, and we will hopefully be prepared. Not our staff. I don't want them to have to do all the work. Not our finance department. I want us to know what is going on so we can be articulate. And Superintendent Davis, to be fair to you, this is not on you. You've got a district attorney. This is us. So we have a separate, we have a board attorney that represents us, our needs. And if districts have 10 board attorneys, or some, actually most districts in this whole state of Florida have more than one full-time board attorney, Is that Are they all crazy, or are they wanting to waste money? There's a reason. There's a reason why full-time board attorneys are more and more versus less and less. We have to be prepared. I don't like the word reaction. I want to be empowered, and I'll just speak for myself. So don't tell me and don't talk to me about reaction. That's after the fact. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we can talk about this for a long time. So I think we're going to definitely, Member Vaughn, you can speak after me. And then let's just put this for January 17th, where we're really looking at the letter and then looking at, what's going to happen as far as attorneys. It's just hard for me to imagine a district of this size with so many things that are occurring. I would like to have access to somebody who's constantly looking at the policies when they're not answering my questions. I would like to know when it's 2:00 in the afternoon, I'm at the ROSAC, I can walk across and ask about something. I mean, I am concerned, and it's very important. So, we're, a district of this size, to be the only district in this state to not have any in-house counsel is very concerning to me. And why am I bringing this up at this time? Because I wanted to make sure that as the new board member came in, that I would give her time to come in, because I think it's something that we do need to discuss. I think it's something that's very important to make sure that we are covered, that we are making sure that we are following policies that are coming down for the DOE. And it's not about the letters per se. It's about overall making sure that we're interpreting things correctly, that as changes come, we're being proactive. And as I look at the policies, I have all 4 binders at home. At my house, there's so many. I need someone to constantly be looking at those, making sure what's outdated, what's updated. And that way, when we do have our policy workshops, we're going through all of them. So I think this is very important. And also, obviously, the cost. What does the cost look like? Cost versus in-house, considering having an in-house attorney, paralegals, what does that look like? If everybody else around the state is doing that except for us, why are we not doing that? So that's my concern. What do they know that we don't know? So that's very important. I mean, I think we have great attorneys that subcontract, but we do need some in-house attorneys for a district this size. And it has nothing to do with personalities, or has nothing to do with, this letter. It just has to do about overall making sure that we're covered and that we're making sure that we're following the DOE policies and with the changing laws. And for me, I engage with the cabinet and districts very often, and I'm hearing over and over, unsolicited, saying, I'm having a hard time interpreting some of these. I have to call someone to ask about this. We're all sitting in a room. None of us have a legal degree, but we're interpreting this. So it does concern me for the future of this district. So Member Vaughn, Member Rendon, and then we'll continue on, because we will be having a workshop regarding this in a couple weeks. Member Vaughn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since Member Gray referenced some of the points that I was trying to make, I would just like to say that we're not soothsayers, and we can't foresee legislation before it happens. So unfortunately, since we don't make the legislation, we have to be reactive to it. Again, as soon as the legislation is passed, I've had conversations including Kristen Davis, Gibson, Superintendent Davis, any staff members, school board members in other counties, Mr. Porter, and I would just like to reiterate that the feeling of not understanding the legislation is pervasive amongst several school districts, again, regardless of how many school board members they have. Many articles have been written about the uncertainty and the lack of clarification in some of the laws that have come out, because they have been intentionally vague and they haven't clarified exactly what they're asking for. So I think to constantly say to the point that our legal team, excuse me, isn't being proactive enough to foresee legislation that hasn't happened and exactly interpret what it means when there's multiple articles written about the intentional vagueness is misleading and concerning. And again, I look forward to having this conversation as we dig deeper into the policy, but I just want to reiterate that regardless of how many in-house attorneys these other counties, and we have stated 6 or 7 at least other counties are being talked about tomorrow at the Department of Education, that a lot of the times the clarity, it doesn't matter if you have a legal degree, you're not a soothsayer. If there isn't clarity in the legislation or the rules coming down, we're going to have to be reactive. And I don't like that any more than our fellow board members. I hope that going forward, things are explicitly clear so we can have discussions about that and make sure that we're in compliance and talk about whether that represents our vision for the district and have these types of conversations. But again, I just want to be clear, we can't be proactive about things that don't have clarity or we don't control. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Rendon, and then we'll move on to the next.
First of all, I want to make sure that we're all very clear that, our board attorney is here to advise. The bottom line and the responsibility of the policies lies on us as a board. And so we bear the responsibility to have the knowledge of what policies are in place for our district that we are responsible for following. And so what I would like to ask Superintendent Davis is, not only should we move that the 17th we move to a policy regarding current state of the affairs of these two policies, but can we please put a couple extra workshops, or do we need to vote on that to add 2 workshops through the year?
If there's consensus, you don't need to vote.
Okay, so then we need to add 2 workshops at least at a minimum for the next year to have a policy cycle that we all agree on, because no matter who our attorney is, in-house, outside of house, I want to make sure that the responsibility gets back to ourselves. We are responsible for the policies. We may get advisement, we may get knowledge, but we are responsible for making sure what policies are in place. And we need to take that action and make sure it's on the agenda, it is in the workshops, so that we are being up to date and honest and being responsible for this district.
Ms. Combs.
Thank you. Thank you. Superintendent Davis?
Yes, ma'am. I just want to make certain that, I appreciate the conversation, and we have to do everything we can to make certain that we are complying with the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. And we know that related to, legislators, there's no perfect legislation that is passed. There's always unintended consequences. And our job is to be fast adopters in that process, to be able to be in compliance, and also work collectively to protect the working conditions of our employees and at the same token our students as well in our community. So we look forward to adding additional policy updates because I think it's important. And as we start to see this session start to move, it's going to move really quick. There's going to be a lot of balls in the air, and we got to be prepared to do so.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Davis. Just in fairness, because I know I have some principals here and we're waiting, I'm going to shift the schedule a little bit before employee input. So we're going to move to 5:01, if everybody doesn't mind. 5:01, to approve the naming of the Media Center, because we have quite a few people who've been here waiting. Approve the naming of the Media Center at Paul L. Shihai Elementary in honor of Carolyn Patricia Hill. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is an opportunity to recognize a civic leader, an educator that's given so much to our community. This was the first principal in 2004 of Shihai Elementary School. Mrs. Carolyn Hill, Patricia Hill, was graduated at Middleton in 1967. Given back to the community, went to attend FAMU, has served on so many different organizations, so many civic leaderships, and this is a recognition to be able to name the Media Center after Mrs. Carolyn Patricia Hill with much support from the community.
I need a motion and a second to approve item C, 501. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Vaughn. Any discussion? Yes. Member Washington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the Shihai family, the teachers, the students, and everybody at Shihai for their hard work towards Mrs. Hill Library, hopefully. I also want to thank the principal for doing a great job. I'd like to thank you, Delia, Ms. Gatson.
Yes.
Delia.
Also, Mrs. Dickens, where are you? She's still here. She's a hard worker. Thank you for your hard work. And also, her best friend, Mrs. Fontaine. Fontaine, raise your hand. She just left. Okay, she had to leave. Okay. But I just want to thank them for their hard work. And Carolyn Hill is known for her strong relationships. She built strong relationships, and she was a foster for students. She loved students because she worked for me at one time. She really loved students. She used to have a sharp suit and her office with nothing but goodies. Oh. And she would bring the kids in, what you want? They would come in and just like shopping at a store. She loved her students. Now, something else you may not know, Carolyn Hill and I went to school together. at George S. Milton High School. She's a 1967 graduate, and I'm a 1968 graduate. But she always said, well, Shay, I'm 67, you older than me, and I graduated before you. So I always told her, because you smarter than me, that's why.
You know everybody.
That's right, that's right. But I just want to say it's well-deserving. She's a hard worker, and I really, really wish she can be here to see this. Thank y'all so much.
Good job, Shay.
That's lovely. Member Gray?
Oh boy, I can't. It's hard to match the sentiment of Member Washington. Thank you, Member Washington. Delia, as a principal, you have a great school, and the historical nature of this award for Carolyn Hill is so important because, in my mind, and we all know that the library is the largest learning environment in the entire school. In my mind now, that equates to this wonderful woman being the most significant part of that school. And so great that we have the opportunity to name the entire learning environment for her. So congratulations, and thank you all for coming in and waiting. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Congratulations. We will now move to 505, which is to approve the naming of the football field house at East Bay High School. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is another opportunity to highlight an educator that has given so many years to Hillsborough County, 33 years in education, 28 years at East Bay. This individual has been a coach, has been a mentor, has had so many individuals that have went on to play at the collegiate level, but at the same token has just made such an impact of individuals being able to make the right choices and give back to our community. This is the recommendation of the naming of a football field that was built by this individual as well, and this is for Coach Brian Thornton to the field house. I think Coach is here tonight. Coach, you want to stand up? Yeah. Congratulations. 33 years. Congratulations. That's a long time to give to kids, and we appreciate your efforts, sir.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve item C505. I have a motion by Member Gray. I have a second by Member Vaughn. Any discussion? Member Washington?
I guess everybody says I'm talking, but I've been around for a long time.
Hey, you taught him.
A long time, believe me. Coach, how you been? You're doing great. We used to work together. King High School, before you, that's right, at King High School at first. And Coach, you're well deserving this. You have done a great job in Hillsborough County with young men, producing productive people. You really have. So we really thank you, and we appreciate all that you do.
Yeah, that's nice. Member Gray?
You can keep standing, Coach Thornton. I went to East Bay, and I also taught at East Bay. It's a proud time for me also to see that you are recognized. You remember Coach Rice, the great runner, biology teacher. I know you know. He passed away at a young age, but I'm just here to say that your work is so critical for the well-being of our students. You've made a huge positive difference in many, many lives. Thank you for your commitment, the time you've spent with all these students. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Congratulations. We will now move to employee input. Even though we hear public comment at the beginning of the meeting, it is sometimes difficult for employees of our district to attend meetings at 4 p.m. There are many ways for employees to make their voices heard, including through union representative, emails, phone calls, one-on-one conversations, and public comment at the beginning of the meeting. The board wants to hear from you. With this section of our agenda, we're creating another avenue for employees to speak to the board. We're setting aside 30 minutes for employees of the district to speak to the board about any issues that are on your mind. This is not intended to be a discussion about specific agenda item on tonight's agenda, but rather an opportunity for you to speak to the board about any issues related to your job or the district. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. I'll now call up the first speaker.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Rob Crete, President of CTA. I'd like to welcome Member Rendon to the board. Thank you for being here, for your dedication to our students in Hillsborough County. I am joined with the inimitable Heidi Glick this evening. Heidi's also modeling our new shirt. Heidi, show them the back. The back of our shirt. Wow. There's a lot of excitement about the shirt that says, we're going to be fighting for the schools that our students deserve. And we want to do that with you, not against you. So work with us with that. And to the point of the policies that you're asking to kind of clarify from the state, we're with you guys. We want you to actually get in those sites and take a look at what's actually happening and make those policies based upon the needs of our students and our employees. And I think that we will be the model of the state. So I encourage all of you to get out there and see what's happening. These are the hardest working employees in Hillsborough County, and the teachers and support professionals in Florida are the greatest that we have in Florida. We need to recognize that, and we can certainly highlight that in Hillsborough County. But I'm here tonight to wish everybody a happy holidays, and we have a gift for everyone. We had a little activity that we did at our building, which is talking about the educator wish list for our employees and from our staff, our teachers and support professionals, talking about what they can do to help fight for the schools that they deserve. The students really need these things. So let's talk about this. We have realistic and lower class sizes. Okay? We need more paras and classroom aides. We know that that's an epidemic problem. Hey, we need copiers that work and access to paper at every single school.
Can I have his?
Mr. Davis, we can share this one.
Yeah, forget about me already.
Shockingly, we need more teachers in Hillsborough County. We need expanded art, music, and PE for every single child in elementary school. We need reliable air conditioning across the district, and we appreciate the hard work of the district and Mr. Farkas. We need a student station for every student in our classroom. We think that this is reasonable, and this should be happening across the state. We need full-time nurses in every single school. We need more custodians and clean classrooms. We need equal access to reliable, upgraded technology. We need timely access to curriculum, and we need enough books and consumables for students before the school year starts, so that way they can get the work done. That was the number one answer on the board if we're playing Family Feud. Okay? Once again, we want your help in fighting for the schools that our students deserve. We know that that's why you're here. So we're looking forward to that in 2023. Stay safe, and we'll see you then. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Kim Henriquez. Did you get it? Instead of Kimberly, Kim, get it? Different shirt, too. The other reason I deserve a raise, in addition to being an IT person, right? Remember that. Okay, now I come in the morning to disinfect the desks, but to no avail. I had 5 kids out with the flu. And yeah, so I'm also doing, custodial work. I'm spraying my Lysol that I buy. So just want to share that with you. But when Rob was bringing up that point about letting us teach the way I know. This is my curriculum, Florida State Standards, right? So I had a walkthrough with my principal in the district, and I got 6 glows. Yay, that's awesome. But of course, being the perfectionist that I am, it's the 2 grows that just really stuck in my craw. And one of them was, I consider posting the day's objective that's aligned with the district benchmarks. Okay, I teach kindergarten. They don't read yet, okay? And actually, I passed the pre-K 3 certification exam. I'm certified in conscious discipline. At this time, kids think in pictures, right? So I have this picture. I start every lesson. I'm so sorry that they weren't there at the start of my lesson to see that I do this, okay? And then my back wall is filled with Linda Mood Bell phonemic sequencing posters. Do you know how much money it costs to get Linda Mood Bell tutoring? Lots of money. My kids get it for free. And I use this. And my back wall is covered, much to the dismay of the fire marshal. Okay? So, there's just little things like that. It's just so annoying, and I just want to raise.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Suzette Maddie. I am here for the Renaissance money issue. I've been teaching for 32 years, not out of certification, not on a temporary certificate. I did not get my money last Friday like everybody else did. I sent an email to Mr. Davis and to Title I. He responded. I got an email this morning that I would get the money Friday. Okay? Then I get an email telling me, no, I didn't qualify for that one. I'm not getting it till the 23rd of December. That's a problem. No pay raises, no nothing, and now I've got to wait till the 23rd to get the money I should have gotten last Friday. Unacceptable. That's it. Give us our money.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good evening. My name is Chris Rusnak. I'm a teacher on leave with the district. And I'm just up here today because I want to speak on behalf of the educators who could not be here because they have a second, maybe a third job to be able to support their families. They wanted me to send their regards. They support their brothers and sisters back here in spirit, and they wish they could be here in person. I'd also like to share the fact that many of the educators I talk to who have left the profession, former colleagues of mine, do so for a variety of reasons, but one of the biggest is they feel like there's a failure on the district's end to support student behaviors which are running rampant at our schools. And then another rampant issue that they have to deal with that they've shared with me is the fact that there are abundance of attendance issues with their students, and yet they're still held accountable for students who maybe haven't been here for 30, 40 days through the year. So I think you know what they may want under the Christmas tree this year, and it's respect. And that is a variety of ways that can be shown, and all of them would be much appreciated. And those of you who are in this room today sitting in front of me, you have the power to make that happen, to treat them with the respect because they put themselves on the line every single day for you, for our students, for their colleagues, and for themselves. So thank you all so much. Have a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, board members. I am going to try to get through this without crying. I'm here to talk to you about the working conditions for teachers. Despite my passion, despite my love of this job, despite pursuing a doctorate degree in teacher education, to help influence the teachers who will be with our future students, because I realize to impact more students if I start with teachers first, I can have a bigger impact. It's no longer sustainable. I am actively working on finding jobs outside of the profession. I have multiple friends in HR helping me rework my resume. I have my mom, who's an office manager, vetting it for me before I send it to job applications. And it breaks my heart because I love my kids. You saw one of them earlier. Briley Atchison came because I asked if she would talk about her experience, and she did. It's not sustainable to do the bare minimum of our job within our working hours but especially even out of them. I work 3 to 4 extra hours a day at minimum during the week, taking time away from my child, from my family, from my passion to seek a degree that would allow me to have a bigger impact for our students. Because I believe that that's where the change needs to happen. The more teachers we can reach, the bigger impact we can have on kids. But it's not sustainable. I have had multiple nervous breakdowns because I can't meet the demands of the job. Everything is important. How do you prioritize everything being important? How do I give my kids the attention that they deserve, the quality education they deserve, the feedback they deserve, when more demands are coming and there's not enough time to meet them? Every single teacher I know wants to leave. Every single one. Some feel stuck because they retire soon. Some feel stuck because they have no other way of making money and they don't have the time to dedicate to find another job. Some feel forced out because they can no longer afford to live on their salary. I have a colleague that is constantly in tears because she's about to have a baby and can't afford to stay an extra month, 1 month, after spring break, 1 extra month with her child because they can't afford the cost. Those that don't feel stuck are actively looking for jobs and are adamant this is their last year in the profession. As my colleague says, you can only control your controllables. When are you going to start controlling your controllables? You have the power to make systematic changes within our district, and we all know there's nationwide issues, but we can only control our controllables. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. My name's Emily Greist. I'm a teacher at Riverview High School. I'm also a union rep at my school. And to me, a very important part of that is checking in with the members of my site. And this week, I'm bringing you a tale from one of them, and quite frankly, it's a heartbreaking one. There's a teacher at my school who is a single mom. She loves teaching. It's all she's ever wanted to do is be a teacher. She got her degree in education. And even though we've been working in some of the worst conditions in recent memory in the last few years, she's still happy to show up every day and teach the students of Riverview High School. She told me just this week that she's afraid for her children because her landlord recently raised her rent to $2,000 a month just for a roof over her head. Her monthly salary is about $3,000. I'm not a math teacher. Admittedly, I'm not very good with numbers, but that's 2/3 of a monthly salary. That doesn't leave much for things like groceries and gas and upcoming Christmas presents for her children. Due to the lack of steps that we've had for our last 2 years, she and her family have had to move every single year just to be able to afford to keep a roof over her head, to escape the rising rent and inflation in the Hillsborough County. To me, this absolutely breaks my heart for my colleague and my friend, because she will probably have to leave a career that she absolutely loves just to be able to feed her family. How can you say that you're doing the best for our students when the students of your employees are being forced to live financially unstable, have financial instability in their lives? Does doing what's best for our students stop with the students of our employees? I hope that when you leave this meeting, you don't leave thinking about a budget, but that you leave thinking about a single parent at Riverview High School who is struggling to feed her children because of the lack of pay in this county. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening again. I am Nicole Teagarden from Heritage Elementary. I wanted to speak tonight to thank you for a few things you put into place after the last time I spoke. Thank you for sending pest control out to my classroom. Whatever they used this time seems to have finally done the trick. Thank you for sending a few new Evolve laptops. I shared them with the other teachers who have also been missing laptops for a while because they break so easily. Hopefully in the future we take more care in selecting what kind of technology to purchase. Thank you for following up. I hope we can work to support the people working in these departments meant to address these issues by ensuring they're well staffed and not stretched too thin because of so many MRs. So now that we have proven a few times that we are capable of addressing and resolving issues, I hope you'll hear me out on the following topics. Teacher planning time. This is usually the first on the chopping block when we schedule meetings and makeup days for hurricanes, often in the name of do it for the kids. Not specifically at my school, but this is a common struggle in Hillsborough County. If this cannot be prioritized district-wide, we need to make a list of items and responsibilities that can be taken off of teachers' plates so we can actually continue to plan instruction effectively. Maybe use some of our increased per pupil spending budget to hire a para or two for each school to support the teachers in paperwork and managerial tasks. Healthcare costs. This district's family healthcare plans are atrocious. Please work harder on finding alternatives to Humana. Neighboring districts like Pasco may pay less, but overall employees can net more annually because they aren't paying $600 to $1,200 monthly in healthcare premiums. Classroom libraries. I'm looking forward to guidance on what we should do next to abide by new state mandates as soon as we can. We've just had our next teacher planning day taken from us, and I would like to keep my classroom library of 1,000+ books intact for my students while also staying in compliance with state law. I was planning on doing that on January 9th, but unfortunately that's gone. And finally, teacher pay. I'm sure you do not enjoy listening to employees come up here week after week to beg for their steps. I do not enjoy losing out on time with my family to come out here so frequently to do this either. You can immediately boost morale by honoring our 2 steps. Don't let this impasse process drag out any further. We have been in this seemingly endless cycle of fighting for bare minimum from this school district for so long that we haven't been able to improve working or learning conditions for anyone in these schools. This is not a raise. It is just a previously agreed upon salary schedule. We deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Carissa Denica from Gaither High School. I'd like to begin by thanking Mr. Davis and his staff for taking the safety concerns at Gaither seriously. We have some fences being put up in the back. We had a ditch issue that's, unless you know the school, it's weird to say. But I do want to point out that my complaint really wasn't against my administration. My administration has been listening to it for years, and I've been tasking them, please let me know when the time is that I need to say something. I need to go above because you're doing your job. When can I do something more? And they've told me no. And they weren't very happy that I came and said it anyway. So it wasn't against my administration. They are doing what they're supposed to be doing. It was mostly against the district's choice to be reactive instead of proactive. Hopefully we can continue making those decisions that increase the safety of those people like me and students that are inside the schools. I'd also like to commend Mr. Davis for how he handled the choice to close schools for Tropical Storm Nicole. Those of us who grew up here know what it's like for schools to close and then have a beautiful day outside. Obviously, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love that personally, but it really sucks professionally. But I would encourage you to look outside the usual ways to get time back for those days. With Nicole, we can see that we can adjust the calendar so that the first semester goes into January, like we're doing with January 9th. And hopefully that we can go ahead and stop taking the early release and our teacher planning days. As it is right now, I have until December 23rd to plan and make copies and do all the stuff that I have to do in order to be ready for January, for the first day that we get back. And then again, I know people are going to keep on saying it, but I encourage you to agree to give educators that have worked the last 2 years the pay increases that we've already worked for. When the electric bill increases, I can't tell them that I don't have the money to pay the increase and continue to pay the original amount. What's going to end up happening is they're going to cut off my electricity. In the same way, you are losing teachers. They were understanding when it was a one-time deal, and here we're in December, still expected to take less than we deserve. suggestion for those people that are searching outside, Google FRS agencies in Florida, and they can go ahead and find jobs that are still in FRS that may pay more than us.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. You have to excuse my voice. I've been reading The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks all day. I wanted to say that, you know, I used to work for the Southwest Florida Water Management District. I was an engineering technician, and I decided to leave because I always wanted to be a teacher. That was what I really wanted to be. But I had a really great boss when I was there, and the morale was so good, but he paid us so well. And I remember every year going in, and I always got my 5% raise, always. I love that guy. I mean, year after year after year, I worked there for 7 years and never, ever didn't get a raise. And, you know, I've just been thinking about the morale of the people, the teachers. It's so low right now. Even when I try to gather people for CTA meetings, it's like everybody's like, what difference does it make? Nothing's getting done. So, you know, I'd really like to ask you to just pay us what we deserve. I mean, I teach all day. I teach 7 periods a day. I have no planning period. Half the time, I get 30 minutes for lunch. Half the time, the kids come in and they want to hang out with me during lunch. And so I slam my food down in like 10 minutes. I stay after school every single day until 5 o'clock, sometimes 6 o'clock, sometimes, you know, whenever. But I get there in the morning early so that I can make copies or do what I need to do. Teach all day long. Take 10 minutes to slam my food down. I'm learning the standards. You know, I don't want to be rude, but when you guys were talking about getting an attorney, all I could think about was how much are you going to pay him? That was all I could think about. And it's like, and then the other thing that just, I was like, how much are you going to pay this guy? And I was listening to you. You guys should learn the rules, okay? You guys are the board. We have to learn the standards. We have to teach these standards every single day. We have to have it posted. People walk in our room and they ask us, what standard are you teaching to? And I'm just asking you, we really need a raise. We really need a darn raise. We do. Just, I mean, for the cost of living alone. Okay? So please help us out. All right, thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Ebony Robinson. I'm from Sly Middle Magnet School. Hey, y'all. I got some of my people in the house. District 5, Mr. Washington. So, didn't plan this. This is my second time speaking. Let me tell you what's happening. I know at least 2 teachers have left, right? So we have at least those 2 vacancies. Another teacher, I believe, put in resignation today. Another teacher's leaving. She did? Okay. Another teacher's supposedly leaving Friday. There's administration changes that are happening. So I'm like, should I be nervous? Should I be afraid? What do I feel? Am I going to feel comfortable staying in this district as much as I may want to? But I'm like, what's happening? They're leaving because they're getting better pay. That's what they're doing. And I'm staying trying to be a team player. Like, I don't want to leave. I see you, Ms. Polk. I'm not going to leave you, Ms. Polk. I'm trying to stay with my ESC. I'm ESC, by the way. Also, yeah, ESC. I'm also math. So I do both. And my class is overloaded, and my ESC specialist is very upset about it. But I'm still rolling. And so my only thing is, as I said last time, still confusing to me how we can't just get what we need, right? Because you're losing, just like the other lady said. If you don't pay your light bill, they don't go, hey, okay, we got you, keep at the same rate. Like, you're losing us, people who care about the students. And the students know. I had a student ask me the other day, you coming back next year? Yeah, that's my plan. But then this week, what did I hear? Oh, this person leaving, this person. I don't know if I'm coming back next year. You get people from other counties. Hey, you should just come over to this county. So these are the things that are in our ear. People are saying, hey, it's something better over here. Look for something better. You deserve better. You know, it's like that it's like, you know, you're dating that bad guy and then you got somebody in here, girl, you don't deserve that. You should just leave. And you're like, but I love him. So you stay. I don't know. So that's what I'm just saying. So if we could just please, yes, I'm just saying, you got a list. So we need this. And literally, I mean, the morale gets low. I mean, because guess what's going to happen? I got to cover those classes. I already took on an extra class because somebody left, right? So now, because I'm certified in math, took on an extra class. I'm also gifted certified. Somebody gonna figure that out. Oh, I need you to teach this. And I'll be like, oh crap. You're scared to get certifications because they're gonna take something away from you. You're like, no, I shouldn't get any more. But that is all. I just want to let you know what's going on so that you hopefully will make the decision to put the money out there to attract more people and keep your people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good evening. My name's Austin Mayhew. I'm a teacher at Rogers Middle School, and I'm going to be a bit less eloquent than my coworkers and colleagues have been tonight because I've changed my topic at the last minute. I was originally coming to talk to you about how I've been forced to move to St. Petersburg in order to make rent because I can't afford to live where I work. But something more pressing has come up, and I'm going to speak on that instead. And it has to do with my wife. My wife began teaching for the first time this year after working as a graduate student at USF and teaching chemistry labs there. And ever since she started teaching, she's been working 16 and 14-hour days, Saturdays, and she still can't keep up with the workload. She gets an hour a week or an hour a day to plan for 7 hours of instruction, and she just can't do it. Our relationship has suffered because I barely see her. Her mental health has suffered significantly, to the point where, unfortunately, I've had to consider Baker acting her, and have been unable to do so because without her income, I would not be able to live in the apartment I lived in. Our situation is completely untenable. We are overworked. We are underpaid. We cannot survive, and that is why we keep losing teachers. The band director at my school, who has a concert this week, has covered every day since last Monday during his planning period and has no time to get ready for his concert tonight, which is why he's not here. We just can't keep doing this. And I love my kids. I want to stay. They ask me constantly whether I'm going to stay or whether I'm going to go like their other teachers have, and every time I look them in the eyes and I say, I'm going to stay here. Don't worry. I'm going to stay until at least you're gone through the system and I can live with a clear conscience. But I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I can come back next year into these conditions because we are not surviving. We are not thriving. I am working just to make it to tomorrow and then to make it to the next tomorrow. I am not planning for my future. I cannot afford to save for retirement. I cannot afford to save to have kids or buy a house. And if I did have kids, I wouldn't be able to pay for the insurance because it's almost $1,000 a month to add a dependent. I know that not all of these things are things that you can solve. Some of that has to come from the state and the federal government as far as funding goes. I get it. But there are things that you could do right now that would make a major, noticeable difference in the lives of everyone in this room. And I hope that you'll do so. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker. Thank you.
Final speaker, that way you know you're almost done. Good evening to our elected school board members. Welcome to our newly elected school board member and to our current superintendent. I'm a teacher in Hillsborough County. I used to say I'm a proud teacher in Hillsborough County, but I can't say that anymore. I can still say I'm a proud teacher at Alonzo High School because, well, it's the best high school in the county, but we all know that. Okay. I'm here today to talk to you about the impasse hearing that occurred the other day. And it's kind of interesting because I couldn't go because I had to work. But I don't know why you guys weren't there, because you could go. You could have gone. You could have heard the cases that were presented. You could have heard that you have way too much money and you can absolutely fund our 2 steps that people are asking for. Okay? There was more than enough evidence presented that you will have more than enough money that you need in your fund, that there's no plan for any borrowing to happen, so you don't have to worry about your bond rating and you don't have to worry about the interest rate that you're going to get. But I also want to talk about all the people that are leaving. I looked this morning, I was at an AVID conference, and there are 1,000 openings between teachers, school counselors, and support personnel. And our contract says that you can do an exit interview, but I don't think anyone is doing them, so I started doing them. A lot of teachers are leaving for more money. A lot of teachers are leaving because they're getting better jobs with less stress, and more respect. They're just being respected more, and they're not being handed a line. We love you, we appreciate you, but we're not doing anything for you. I think you need to face the reality that we're hemorrhaging. We're hemorrhaging teachers. There are also teachers and administrators that are leaving, and they are not leaving for other jobs. They're just leaving to get out of Hillsborough County. And I've talked to numerous people. They're leaving because the stress is too much. They can't handle it anymore. One woman was telling me that she fights her depression every day to get out of bed, only to come to school ready to teach and be told you're not doing enough. Cover a class. It's too much. And I know you guys know your job, but your job also is to keep Hillsborough County where it should be. That we are an amazing county, but we are falling apart. With no teachers, your 90% graduation rate is going to go into the toilet. With no teachers, your students are not going to be coming to Hillsborough County schools. No one's going to move here. All these new schools you're building, all this new money that is being spent on that is going to be for naught. Do your job. Instruct your negotiating committee to give us our steps. That's what you need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to all the members who've come and all the teachers and faculty and staff who've come today. The following items will now be heard. C1102, C1103, C202, C403, C506, C601, C702, C724, C726, C903, C1001, C1002, C1003, C1004, C1005, and C1104. Okay? So now we will go on to 1102, approve the contract renewal for Florida Connections Academy. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, Madam Chair. This is an opportunity for us to come back to the board with an application to renew the Florida Connections Academy. This opened up in 2018, and it will expire, original contract will expire on June the 30th, 2023. So just bringing it to the board to identify that this is a virtual charter school that serves over 5,000 students, not only in Hillsborough County, but they serve students from K through 12 throughout the state of Florida. They're just centrally based in Hillsborough County. And just bringing this to the board for a 5-year extension. Related to how many students they serve within our community is around 800, but total, once again, is 5,200. They qualify for a 5-year extension. Their grade in 2018, 2019 was a C school grade, and recently, last year, their school grade, once again, was a C. So the recommendation is to approve with a 5-year extension.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second to approve item C1102. I have a motion by Member Hahn. I have a second by, I need a second, by Member Gray. Member Gray and Member Vaughn pulled this item. Okay, Member Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to say that their biggest challenge is the testing and getting the parents to help get these children to testing. But I also have to say that they are doing a very, very good job. They're holding their own. And a lot of this has to do, and Dr. DeLange, you deserve a lot of credit. You gave me a full picture, but what you also gave us is a full picture of the breakdown, inclusive is the students, ESE students, ELL, Black, White, Hispanic. You're giving us the details of what is called accountability, and I think that we need to perhaps expand. The analogy would be, as you shared with the Parents Guide of charter schools, have that the virtual schools have the same breakdown, even in cases that you can. In other words, expand it as much as you can in terms of, so we can take a quick snapshot and say, you know, is this particular online doing the best results for our kids, the grades, etc. Can you go ahead and give us any information in terms of perhaps exploring what you shared with me on how they're doing and what the biggest challenge is? Because I think the board needs to hear that.
Sure. Thank you. Member Gray. Yes, Florida Connection is a big enterprise serving over 5,000 students across many counties in our state. About 418 are here in Hillsborough County. So their biggest challenge is definitely coaxing the parents of these virtual students into going to the facilities that they rent during testing time, so the children can be tested. They started the first year with 17 test sites in the spring of 2019. Then in 2021, there were 25 test sites, and this year they're planning to expand even more to facilitate and provide more flexibility to the parents and the families. And they're planning to have 32 sites all over the states. Excuse me. So that is about the biggest challenge as a school that serves statewide, enrollment. Were you asking for a comparison with our HV?
Yes, with the Hillsborough Virtual.
All right. I don't know I can provide data comparing our HV program full-time. And if we're comparing, it has to be the full-time. I do know that the full-time program here in Hillsborough County has about double the numbers. I don't know what their grade is. I believe it's a C, but I can't be sure. But I can give you that information at a later date.
So, I mean, and one of the questions I asked was the fiduciary part about how much we are losing, perhaps with this online program, the FTE, but you could not get me the figure. Superintendent Davis?
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. So if it's around 800 students and locally they take the transition to use this platform, so that's around close to $6 million annually for our district.
Okay, so we're losing money with this. But the big challenges, and I'm just going to get this in a summation, is the students are looking for all kinds of ways to connect to education. We're giving them another venue. This is another venue. How good is it? Well, it wasn't too great, but now the reason is because we didn't have enough connecting sites. They didn't have enough locations, is what you shared, but now they're expanding locations to make this improvement. Is that correct?
That's correct. It is very hard to serve families from all over the states and convince them to come to test, miles apart to different facilities. But they are improving each year. Unlike other virtual programs, charter schools are not allowed to utilize district facilities. So that might be, a cause for the challenge that they're finding. I believe FLVS, for example, does utilize district facilities in various parts of the state, but charter schools are not allowed to do that. So they rent hotels, convention centers, other types of venues in strategically parts of the county, of each county, where parents can drive their students to get tested.
Okay, so I mean, if we are a believer in choice, this is another a choice. I mean, homeschool, we're losing a tremendous amount of children to homeschool, and that's another whole conversation. But at any rate, Dr. DeLange, you are here to share with the board members if this is a good choice for students to go to. So you shared with me that that's affirmative.
They are increasing in enrollment each year, and that is evidence that they are satisfying the families that they serve. They do have a curriculum. They have a Pearson curriculum, so they've got a very strong curriculum that they provide their students. They are very collaborative with us and very easy to work with.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Vaughn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since state statute gives us very limited flexibility in approving or denying these, I like to use these as an opportunity to ask some questions. I appreciate Member Gray's question regarding what their challenges might be because their grade is lower than some of their competitors, and what I'm hearing is access to testing might be an issue. I think that there was some miscommunication in the amount of money that and how many students they have, because I'm looking at the agenda item and I think you said close to 600, which was in the 6 million range. But when I'm looking at this agenda item, it says, there's projected almost 5,000 students and we're talking about $20 to $24 million annually. Am I looking at the wrong agenda item?
No, ma'am. Through the chair, that is absolutely correct. They are K-12. They serve throughout the entire state. Locally, they only serve around 800 students. So
Gotcha.
800 times, let's just say $8,000. That's around $6.4 million.
I appreciate that. Okay.
You're good.
I also want to take this opportunity whenever we have an opportunity to talk about charter schools and school choice, because there is so much conversation about parental rights and concerns with oversight and parental rights in our schools. Are the charter schools that we're approving or renewing or having conversation beholden to the same laws and legislation as traditional public schools are in regards to many of these things that we're talked about or we're being held accountable for when it comes to the Department of Education?
Well, yes and no. Depends on the bill. The parental rights, yes, they do have to follow the parental rights. All the bills that are coming into play, from my point of view, are becoming more specific and including the word charter if they pertain to charter schools. So that is very helpful for us in order to interpret new bills coming our way. So it depends on the bill. Mainly when it comes to curriculum, the charter schools are given more flexibility because that is a keystone of what a charter school is.
I appreciate that because I've had constituents actually ask me that. So when we're talking about curriculum in regards to, let's say, the woke bill, when we're talking about issues that involve sensitive racial issues, would charter schools be held applicable to those laws, or would they have more freedom to teach history in a way that they feel, broadens everything? Are they held to the same standards when it comes to that law?
I believe curriculum has to follow the state statutes, so that would include charter schools.
You're not sure. I'll get more clarification because I'm being told that they aren't, so that's why I wanted to get clarification, and maybe we can have more conversation about that as we talk about workshops, because I'm getting told different information regarding that, and I think it's important if people are making choices that they understand, what choices they're making, what that looks like. So again, this takes about, did we say about 6 million when we talk about Hillsborough County, because as we have conversations and we hear employees talk about, how they can't pay their rent and how they can't pay their light bills, and they're almost in tears because there's not an affordable living, amount for them. We have to keep in mind when we're talking about school choice, that's directly taking money out of our budget. So for this item specifically, we're talking about $6 million out of Hillsborough County.
Sir, can I make an adjustment there? It's 400 out of the 5,000 students enrolled. It's only 400 enrolled in Hillsborough County.
Through the chair, that's $3.2 million then.
Yeah.
3.2. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate that.
We got numbers going over.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Mr. Porter?
I'll let Ms. Rendon speak.
Okay.
I just need-
Member Rendon?
Yeah, just want to clarify the fact that this particular application is a charter school application, and it meets the standards and recommendations as an application for charter, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
So based upon our Florida statutes, we are only based upon approving a charter because we are giving our parents and our students the rights to choice of various types of schools within our district.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Mr. Porter?
I'm glad I let you go first because I just want to make the board aware and clear that this is a renewal of a charter, and Florida statutes governs this very specifically. And the only way you can vote to not renew it is if it meets one of three criteria. And I think it's always important to state for the record what those three criteria are. One, it's if the charter fails to participate in the state's education accountability system, or failure to meet the requirements for student performance as stated in the charter. Number two, failure to meet generally accepted standards of fiscal management due to deteriorating financial conditions or financial emergencies, or three, material violation of law. So while the questions being asked tonight are acceptable, your decision needs to be based on Florida statutes, and those are the only reasons you could deny the renewal of the charter. And I just thought it was important to have that on the record.
Members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Okay. We will now move on to 1103, the contract renewal for Creekside Charter Academy. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. Once again, this is an application that was opened, or school that was opened in 2018. They expire on June 30th, 2023. These serve around 780 students from K through 8th grade. They are located in the Riverview area. They do qualify for the new statute that was in place that was identified as 1002.233, which identifies any charter school that receives a grade of an A or B qualifies for a 15-year application extension. And our recommendation is that we extend this for 15 years due to the fact that they are aligned with the new statutory requirements, and their school grade in the 2021 school year was an A.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item 1103. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Gray. Member Vaughn, and I pulled this item. Do you have any questions, Member Vaughn?
No, I just want I appreciate you clarifying that we have to vote yes on this item, that we have very limited autonomy about it, which is confusing as a board member, but that's what state statute says. I just want to clarify for this item, since the other one was a statewide item, we're talking about $3.7 million. So, I would just like to highlight between these two items in general, we're talking almost $7 million annually that comes out of our budget for school choice. I just want to, that's about what we're talking about for just these two charter schools.
Through the chair, that is accurate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Rendon?
It may clarify, the money is not coming out of our budget because the money was never in our budget, correct?
Through the chair, I'd have to go back and see if students were enrolled previously, and we particularly could lose them to a different school. But as relates to the first of the school year, that money goes directly to the charter schools because they're based on their FTE enrollment. I'd have to go back through multiple years to determine, or last year to determine whether or not the students made an informed, or parents made a decision to transition from one school to the next.
Again, it'd be no different than homeschool, private school, et cetera. So the money coming into our district is based upon students in our seats.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Please vote when your lights appear.
No, I talked to her before. I talked to her earlier. Doesn't.
Okay, and it passes unanimously. Okay. Next is 202, request for proposal, transition support provider for turnaround schools, bid RFP 22272 DST IV 0202 IV. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. As we know that the school district has identified to hire an extended operator to be able to help services in our schools, to make certain that we address our schools and make certain that we have adequate supports to be able to move the needle in academic performance, to be able to provide systemic change related to instructional goals, and also to be able to continue our work of moving the needle educationally. In this, we went out for our RFP not only to identify and continue our momentum with the 4 schools that historically were identified as needing an external operator, which was Oak Park, Foster, Folsom, and Kimball. All those schools made significant gains academically in the partnership with MGT, which has been a beautiful partnership with systemic change. But now being able to identify BSI schools, which is identified by the Department of Education, of schools that need continued focus for school improvement. In that process, we identified there were 8 agencies that identified to apply for this process. And of those, we had 2 that rose to the top, one being MGT and the other one being LSI. So with adding an additional 8 elementary schools, or 4 elementary schools and 4 middle schools, we broke those apart and gave, our recommendation is for MGT to take on the additional middle schools and LSI to take on the elementary side of it. Both confirmed that they have the personnel to be able to do it. At these schools that we have currently that are underperforming, they have great needs related to the number of vacancies at these schools. Being able to bring these 2 entities in to further support will allow us to continue to put systems in place, as we know that this year is a baseline year academically for the state, and allow us to have systemic growth for the following year. That both of them come with glowing recommendations and lead the state as the 2 entities that have systemically moved school districts and schools as a collaborative partnership.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C202. I have a motion by Member Gray. I have a second by Member Perez. Any discussion? Please vote when your lights appear. It's fine. That's fine. And it passes with 5 votes stating yes, Member Vaughn stating no, and Member Rendon away from the dais. So it does pass. Okay. Next is 403, the piggyback 22296 PGB LG BMG money. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yeah, this item came to the board in March of 2019 and was a partnership to be able to find fixed rates and fixed payments for employees who needed to seek a voluntary loan program. This is BMG is an initiative that allows our employees to take out a certain percentage of loans, and then that is taken out and partner with the school district to be able to take out their paycheck for a defined period of time. Currently, right now, we have over 500 employees that are involved in this process, and bringing it back to board to recognize that we have employees that are involved in this agreement and providing another pass-through for an incentive for our employees.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. Member Vaughn, pull this item. Do you have any questions? Or Member Vaughn, I'll start with you and then we'll go on.
Thank you. So I understand that, we want to offer loans to our employees if they need it. Obviously, there's a need for it. But I find it concerning the amount of interest that has been charged, even though we've renewed the contract. To me, this feels more like predatory lending than actually supporting our employees and giving them an opportunity to borrow money and then honestly be able to pay it back with an interest rate that is comparable to other loans that other entities give. So Is there a possibility? I appreciate that this company gives us, I know that they give us a grant that helps, put back into schools, and that's very important, but is there an opportunity to see if there's other partners that we can partner with to provide loans to our employees that would give them an opportunity to pay it back without such a high interest rate?
Yes, ma'am, to the chair. First and foremost, I'll say that I am not in love with this partnership. In no way, shape, or form should we continue to move forward to be able to put our employees in debt at a greater rate. Now, there is a positive movement related to the rate going from 23% to 19%, and more money moving from a scholarship from $5,000 to $20,000. But we absolutely can lean on and look at different providers that may be able to support. Openly, we want to get out of this business. This is not in any way, shape, or form, our wheelhouse. Our wheelhouse is to educate children and to keep them safe. So I'm bringing this because we have 500 employees that are engaged and want to make sure we support them through that process.
Yeah, and I have to apologize. I didn't get a motion or a second for that. I got ahead of myself. So if we can just go back and then we'll continue the conversation. I apologize for that. I need a motion, a second to approve item C403. I have a motion by Member Hahn, and I have a second by Member Perez. Member Vaughn, did you have any more comments? Okay. And anybody else? Member Hahn?
Yes. You mentioned that the interest rate did go down. I know, Ms. Whalen, when we spoke, you said, we do have 500 employees, and though this may not be an opportunity some of us would take, many of them, they would not qualify for any other type of help. So this is, this is something that's probably a big reason why some folks are taking advantage of it. And will the folks that are already in it, will they have their rates adjusted, their interest rates?
Question.
So they will be adjusted to go down to 19%, and they're at 23 right now? Okay. All right. Well, that's good. Thank you.
We'll follow up.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Perez?
Yeah, so we have actually 525 employees that are using this. And instead of paying 265% in payday loans for lenders. So this is like used for emergency loans. The problem with this issue is that right now a lot of the employees take out loans because they're having issues with their paychecks. Let's be honest. Okay, if we don't come to the table to pay them, their paychecks, they have to get a loan from somewhere. So rather than have them take out loans for the 265% interest, this is a lower at 19%. This is helping these employees, to be honest with you. And I think this is piggybacked also on Broward County. That's also making this available to their employees. And it's actually no cost to this district as well. So, I see it as a help to our district right now, especially in the position that we've put these employees in.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Gray?
Yeah, this is an interesting conversation. With the language barrier, Hispanic population, the high needs population, 66% of our students are on reduced lunch, and there's a lot of poverty, and I understand this. But also we have the Suncoast Credit Union, who we should be appreciative. They give us so much in return for their business. Of course they should. But I think it's predatory, and I think it's a sad state of affairs that we help motivate, if you will, by a lower interest rate than Abscott. I don't know, but we're putting these people in debt, and debt is forever for some of these families, and I can't help but think that the best practice is not to keep and lure people into debt. It doesn't seem ethical. And Also, we had this before, very similar item, and we voted it down for the very reasons that I'm saying right now. This is not the first time we've had this type of carrot given out. You know, we'll give you so-and-so and you'll pay this interest rate. So, I mean, I'm probably going to stay in the same opinion. I will vote no. And I think this is a very personal individual board member decision on how you monitor your expenses as well. So I think this is a more, I will vote no, because I just, my moral compass, I can't go there and help people get into debt. I'll speak for myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. And Superintendent Davis, I would ask you to maybe engage more and find out what we can do if we can lower this interest, what it can, maybe looking at outside partners, because it really concerns me to know, I mean, you see these teachers coming in, we know people are struggling to pay their bills, even people who are making substantially more than educators right now are struggling. To see an interest rate this high, and for people who really need that at this time, it really is concerning to me. I'm going to support it because I know there's 525 teachers, but I would hope that we would engage in this, or like you said, get outside of the business of this. I think it's just kind of a slippery slope when we start going towards this and we piggyback this. I think that's a very high percentage rate, and people who are desperate during the holidays and during times like that, they will go for a high interest rate, and what happens later on. So it is concerning to me. I am very concerned about this, but I know that there's 500 people who are counting on this, and to not pass it would be, difficult for those families. But it does concern me. I just wanted to mention that. Superintendent Davis?
Yes, ma'am. I have no problems with being able to look and see if there's other providers to be able to assist in this process as well. And I think that we got to continue to make certain that we focus on financial literacy as well with our employees. I think that will help to be able to, to help them make some very tough, hard decisions or safe decisions related to finances.
Thank you. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. So if this item, first, thank you, Ms. Whalen, for negotiating a lower rate and a higher scholarship amount. But so just to be clear, because some of my board members have expressed that they're not going to support this tonight, and I understand their reasoning. But if this does not pass tonight, 555 employees will be stuck with a 23% interest rate.
That could be the possibility. Obviously, we would contact, the company and talk with them, but we do have a clause.
In 5 minutes, when this doesn't pass, their interest rate will not change. So you can negotiate after the fact, but that's a big risk for 555 employees, some of them who probably stood up here during public comment, and their interest rate will stay at 23% if this does not pass tonight. Mr. Superintendent, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. And that's why my recommendation is for this to bring it tonight to pass, to protect it, and figure out what next steps are moving down the road. Yes, ma'am.
So continue to try and negotiate lower interest rates. Continue to try and increase scholarships because you have been successful with that. But again, if it doesn't pass, the superintendent has said 555 employees will be stuck with a 23% interest rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Perez?
Like Member Hahn said, thank you so much, Dr. Whalen, because, these employees have families. And, one of the reasons why I'm going to provide some financial literacy right now into the sunshine is that they go through these lenders, like payday loans and things like that. It's because their credit does not allow them to get loans through the credit unions. Is that correct?
I don't know the individual financial situation, but they do not require a credit report to have to qualify to do these payroll deductions.
Perfect. Okay. So a lot of people who do go through these payday loans are because their credit is not good and they don't qualify for any loans through either bank or credit union or anything else. Or, grandma's out of money and has, provided as much support as possible, and this is their last resort. So, instead of getting a 265% interest, the 19.99% is helping our employees and their families. Am I correct?
Through the chair, I can answer that. Through the chair, it would seem that they need this benefit and they're taking advantage of it because of their financial situation.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Washington, and then Member Vaughn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I'm looking at 525 Hillsborough County personnel, I am not going to vote no on this because you had a great point, Dr. Hahn. If we vote no, those people are stuck with that price, that percentage rate. So I'm going to vote yes for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Vaughn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the discussion around this, and I think we all come from the same place, that we want to be able to support our employees and make sure that they have access to resources. I do hear a variation of whether or not continuing this is going to support the 500 employees who have taken out this and lower their interest rate, which I think is an incentive. But my concern is it's also going to incentivize other employees to take out additional loans at an interest rate that is way too high for them. So it's kind of like we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do we continue a program that is some board members like myself might think is predatory in nature and enlist other employees to get into that situation? Do we support the 500 employees and lower it for them now? I don't think there's any easy answers. Personally, as much as, I hope we go back and we negotiate, I'm not going to support this item because as much as I value 500 employees getting a discount on a loan that they've taken out with an incredibly high interest rate, to me, it's concerning keeping this program that other employees, maybe 1,000 employees, maybe 1,200 employees, as we look at inflation rising and things becoming considerably higher, I would like us to go back to the drawing board and come up with something where we're talking about 5, 6, 7% interest rates that are attainable if we're going to be continuing to offer loans. So I'm not going to support this in that logic. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Gray.
I just wanted to clear for the record. I heard Member Perez mention 265% interest. I'm not sure. Are there? And I haven't been in the loan industry. Is that a correct statement that 265% interest? There are people going to that particular. And that's a high interest rate. Well, I'm just learning something new. I did not know that existed. 265% versus 23% interest, or 20, if you round up, 24%. So this is certainly a novelty to me. I will not support it. Again, I think we need to do the work. The presentation has to have more availabilities. The public, as I think was mentioned on the board, our teachers, the staff members definitely have to have more financial literacy to understand what it means to get into debt and what happens to your credit. Because any of you want to buy a house or buy something of a high cost, they look at your credit rating, and this is all about probably going over and not getting that rating. So again, to me, it's predatory, but I've already said that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Rendon?
Although I appreciate the members' concern for our staff within the district, I want to remind everybody that the majority of our staff that we're talking about, our teachers in particular, are degreed individuals that are educated individuals that have the right to make the choices they feel necessary for their family. We don't have the right to make their choices. We just have to agree on whether or not we want to have this as an option on the table. It is no different than if we want to put an insurance out there that has, for long-term insurance, that's going to be a long-term carrier. Some families agree, some things don't. We just are only offering it. We don't make decisions. We don't give them financial literacy to college-educated individuals to make the choices that are right for their families. I think we need to keep in mind that our role is just to allow, do we want to keep this as an offer or not, they have the right to make their choices.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Vaughn?
Well, I appreciate that perspective. I think that the issue becomes we are the person who's signing up to offer the loan. And if we co-sign off on ones with extremely high rates, I mean, I'm not saying anything about financial literacy. I agree that people have the right to make the decisions that they do, and college-educated adults. But if we don't offer this and we negotiate and work with other lenders who see the value that we do in offering a lower percentage loan, I mean, that is the responsibility of this board to come and offer our employees the best offer as possible, not to say, let's give extremely high interest rates and, you're on your own, you make your own decisions. Right now, with the amount of inflation, people are making desperate decisions right now. They're taking out, loans and things that they can't afford because they need to keep their lights on. They need to keep food on the table. These are desperate times. So, again, I think it's up to us to do the work and come up with negotiations or relationships and foster loans to our employees, if that's what we're going to do, that offers them the best interest rate. And I think if we sit back and we say, well, you're adults, you can make your own decision, here's an offer or not, it doesn't do justice to our employees. And that's why I'm going to vote no to support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Member Gray, and then we'll go to vote.
I'm sorry, but we're dealing with 200,000 plus employees. Many of our employees are not necessarily college educated or with degrees. We're talking a lot of the bus drivers. We're talking food service. We're talking. I mean, I can go through the myriad of the amount of people. The teachers are exception. They are educated. They are degreed. But most of our employees are not, and they're not financially literate. So yes, we have to be the big ones or the smart ones or whatever, the guiding light. We have to help them make the right decisions and not perhaps lure them into something that is not of their best interest. So at any rate, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, board members. Please vote when your lights appear. Okay, Member Gray is voting no, but she accidentally.
Yes. Member Gray has identified that she voted by mistake, so
yes.
if you could clear the board and vote again.
Okay. And it passes 5-2 with Member Gray and Member Vaughn voting no. 506, approve the 2022-2023 Student Progression Plan. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. To the chair, we are statutorily required to have a comprehensive progression plan that really shows how students progress from one grade level to the next. With this, we put together a student progression plan committee, which has CTA members, teachers, counselors, APs, principals, district staff, all to be able to look at this plan to make certain that it aligns with statutory requirements, also with new rulings, and at the same token making certain that we have board action to be able to approve this so that we can send this out to our entire community so there's clarity about how we move from one level to the next. Charter schools in this process have the ability to adopt our progression plan or create their own independent plans, which have to be approved. And then also the majority of these resources contain an update related to moving to new assessments from FSA to FAST, being able to update new concordance scores identified by the Florida Department of Education, being able for us to be able to update our grading systems from grades 3 through 5, moving from NI and UNSAT to equivalent to a DRF, and also to be able to define greater acceleration offerings that we have within our school district as well, and then being able to update ESOL waivers for students who may be able to qualify for those waivers within our school district. This information is soon, if approved tonight, and hopefully approved tonight, we'll be able to send and upload to our website and make certain our constituents are engaged in this process.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C506. I have a motion by Member Washington, and I have a second by Member Hahn. Member Vaughn and I both pulled this item. I'll start with you, Member Vaughn.
Thank you. There were a lot of changes in that. There was a lot of redlining. It was a lot to take in. So, I always pull this because I think it's important, especially for our families when we're talking about graduation plans and what need to be done, that they understand, that there are changes and they have the ability to access this agenda item and look at it. I also want to just highlight that along with our student code of conduct, this is a living document. And even though we're approving these changes right now, I know that there's an agenda item coming down the line that might add to this, and I just want to highlight again, we do even though we're approving this now, we do and we can do changes to this as needed, correct?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. And I had the same questions or comments that this is a living, breathing document. If there are some changes, I just wanted to clarify that can go on at any time, any board meeting. Is that correct, Superintendent Davis?
Yes, ma'am. Any changes or adjustments will have to be brought in front of the board, and board will be informed and to be able to take action.
Thank you very much. Members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 601, the budget amendments for the period ending in October 31st, 2022. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Through the chair, I'm going to transition to our CFO, Ro Johnson, to be able to provide an update on the amendments for October 31st.
Good evening, board members. Superintendent, Ms. Garcia, our general manager budget, will be given a brief presentation of the monthly budget amendment for the month of October 2022.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Davis. The first slide is a slide you're familiar with seeing. We show it every month. This is the adopted budget from September the 8th. We projected to have a $1,656 million in revenue and $1,640 million in expenditures, giving us an operational surplus of $16.8 million and giving us an ending fund balance of approximately $203 million. This next slide here shows the adopted budget, column A. Column C is the revised budget at September 30th, and column D is the revised budget at October 31st. The last column actually shows the difference between the October 31st budget and the September 30th budget. The biggest change is $17.2 million increase in state revenue, and that's because we received our school recognition dollars, which was not included in the original budget. Okay. This slide actually shows the actual revenue and expenditures received, column B, compared to the budget at the end of September 30th. In October, we actually received $341 million in revenue, and we expended $434 million in expenses. The difference was an actual operational deficit of $92.7 million, giving us an ending fund balance of $93.3 million. This is also a slide you're familiar with seeing, but it shows we started off the year with $241 million in cash, and as you can see at the end of October, which is the month where we have the lowest cash balances, we had $162 million in cash. It starts increasing, and you'll see December's the highest point, and that's where we receive the majority of our property tax revenue. We project at the end of this month we'll have $554 million in cash. It will start decreasing again as the expenditures start catching up with the revenue, giving us an ending cash balance of $262 million, which is an increase of $21 million from the beginning of the year. This last slide is we're comparing the projected fund balance based on the adopted budget and what actually happened in October. As you can see, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but we ended up with a $93.3 million fund balance, which if we ended the year with that number, it would have been a decrease of $92.7 million from the original. Any questions?
We need a motion.
Okay, I need a motion and a second to approve item C601. I have a motion by Member Gray And I have a second by Member Vaughn. Member Gray and Member Rendon pulled this item, so we'll start with Member Gray and then Member Rendon, and then we'll go to Member Vaughn. Member Gray?
Okay. Ms. Garcia, my question is, or Ms. Johnson, FEMA reimbursements. I want to know if you know when we'll be getting them. Okay. If we get them, how much you think? And if you think a certain amount, will it affect positively, or let's just say balance a little bit into our fund balance? So there's 3 questions regarding FEMA.
We don't know when we can get the reimbursement, and they will not affect our fund balance because we actually will have those expenditures that will begin reimbursed the revenue because we'll actually have made the expense on our ledger, and the reimbursement come in is just revenue to match that expenditures.
Okay, well, we're reminded that I think it was 2 years ago, whenever we had a very large hurricane, we did get about $56,000 of FEMA. It took a while, but I hope, well, I don't have to tell you all, I hope that you're keeping track of that. I'm not sure what we'll get, but every bit helps. So just want to keep an eye on that for me, please.
We're keeping track of the expenses.
Keeping track?
There's actually a project that was established to track our expenses so that we can be reimbursed on what the most that we can.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Rendon?
Yeah, thank you guys so much for bringing this to our attention. One of the things I want to make sure that we illustrate on the dais is that although we do have a surplus from what you said about having money in our fund, we have to think of it like our savings account and where we were 3 years ago, making sure that we are fiscally responsible with our money. And so that we do have months in which we're going to be lower and that we have to have a fund to be able to pull from to make cash flow and to make things. And I do want to thank you for taking the time out to make sure that we are demonstrating areas in which we can cut and that we are doing that. And so thank you, but I want to make sure that we brought that to the dais and making sure people are aware that this is not just a surplus of money, but it's actually earmarked for things that we may need for an emergency. We may have months where we've had a hurricane where we have to open up shelters, and we have to have that cash flow available to do that, even if we're going to be reimbursed later. So we are getting to where we need, but we're just not there yet.
Correct. And I also want to mention that next month we will bring an updated projected fund balance based on the the actuals through December 31st and then projecting forward. So it's going to be updated. You'll see that next month.
Thank you. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. I would love to have another workshop where we talk about the fund balance because I have some differing opinions about how much of a fund balance we should have and whether we should be retaining our money, and holding on to it or actually using it for what it is to make sure we're paying our staff and our teachers and supporting our students. But that's a whole other conversation. I just wanted to clarify and make sure that the mistake that happened last month that I voted no for has been fixed on this one, where the duplication of the capital outlay budget, you said this month was going to be fixed, and I just want to clarify for our fellow board members that that has been taken care of and that we don't have a duplication of that budget anymore, because it does look like a giant loss in our capital outlay revenue, but really that's because it was duplicated, and I wanted to point that out and clarify that, so when I vote for it this month, it will be actual.
Correct. And thank you for bringing it up. Yes, the corrections did happen, and the capital budget at this point in time is correct. It can change, but that's due to other.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously with Member Gray not being on the dais. 702, increase expenditures for request of proposals. 21089 MST KG Cameron Access Control Systems. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is for us to go out to provide and identify a provider that will continue to ensure that we have systems in place for safety. And this is with being able to look at a vendor for future cameras and accessibility, not only for maintenance, repair, but installation for our school district.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C702. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Gray. Member Rendon, you pulled this item. I'll start with you.
Yeah, so one of the questions I had was in reading this, it was saying that we are running out of money about what we previously approved. And that our expenses have exceeded what we had previously approved for cameras. Why is that?
So openly, in the last couple of years, there's been an aggressive push to be able to make certain that every one of our schools has additional cameras in the right locations. There's, for me, I don't want to go into the current situation we have within our schools, but know that I can do that offline. And I want to protect the crisis management plan, but we are expanding in every area that we feel that will allow us to be able to create a safer environment.
And then one additional question, what happens with that data? How long is it kept? Who sees it? Who's responsible for it on campus?
Yes, ma'am. So that information is accessible to school-based administration and at the same time safety and security. They use that information to be able to go and look if there's any vandalism, to be able to continue to have live to watch campuses if there's an opportunity to see who may be potentially transitioning on and off campuses, to look at parking lots, to secure cars, and just openly to be able to keep that campus safe. I have to get with Mr. Newman to determine how long that information is captured, because I'm sure there's probably a limit in the cloud about what the time frame is to be able to access it.
Okay, thank you, Member Rendon. Member Vaughn?
That was a good question about how long the information is kept. I just want to say, I'm very critical of technology purchases, and I'm always concerned about them, but I can honestly say that my administrators have asked for more cameras, especially when we talk about behavioral issues and supporting our teachers and staff, that the number one thing that they have identified is cameras to be able to have eyes around the schools and to be able to record things, and also just to make sure, if there's two sides of a story, that you have the actual side of the story. So while I'm normally critical of some technology purchases, I do appreciate expanding the budget on this and making sure that we're meeting those needs of the administrators asking for more of those devices to be able to have as much eyes on the school as possible.
Yes, ma'am. And through the chair, one more thing, it is 30 days. It's captured and kept for 30 days. And then this project will take us to be able to be finalized by the end of February.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Rendon?
Where is it kept for 30 days? Is it only on property?
It's with our Safety Security Division.
Members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 724, approve invitation to bid ITB 22249 MSTCH Wildlife Management. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is an opportunity for us to partner with a licensed provider to be able to remove, terminate, relocation of any type of wildlife. And whether that be bees, whether that's bass, wasps, bees, or bats, yellow jackets, or hornets, this allows us to be able to have a provider come in to be able to address that on our campuses in a safe manner. This is out of capital outlay funding with a $52,000 ask.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C724. I have a motion by Member Hahn, and I have a second by Member Gray. Member Vaughn, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
I do. Thank you. Mr. Clutho brought an article talking about whether or not anything that we're doing for pest control is dangerous to other wildlife. And I've had constituents contact me about that and actually worked with Mr. Farkas's team and said that they were very responsive. I just want to make sure as we're putting out this bid and we're talking about, pest and pest control, that we're also being responsive to make sure that we aren't killing other wildlife or hurting other animals. So has that been built into this bidding process, and is that a priority of the district?
Through the chair, it is absolutely a priority through the district. Mr. Farkason's team will continue to work through with Insect IQ Incorporated to make certain that anything they use is harmless and that doesn't impact additional wildlife in any way, shape, or form. They're very sensitive about this process.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm for people who are concerned about that it is our priority, and even with this bid, we're making sure that when we're getting rid of pests, we're not also hurting other wildlife. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Vaughn. Members, please vote when your lights appear. We're voting on 724. And it passes unanimously. 726, approve the highest ranked replies for multiple vendors. Requests for proposal 22144, MSTIV, Economic and Community Development. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Excuse me. This is an opportunity for us to work with growth and development and also planning to be able to identify a number of vendors that has worked the solutions to look at governmental properties, at the same token district properties, to determine how we can reconfigure those properties for potential affordable housing. This is just in case we move forward with any particular repurposing or looking at any venues that we may have or facilities we may have within our district. If we want to be able to convert that with as affordable housing for our staff members, these three companies have done it not only in the city limits but out throughout the state of Florida and feel very comfortable about their partnership. This doesn't mean that we are engaging them or moving forward with them. We just identified them as three vendors that can help us in that process if this is a desire through the board.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C726. I have a motion by Member Hahn. I have a second by Member Washington. Member Vaughn, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
I do, thank you. I've seen both sides of the coin of people who are pro or for against us offering affordable housing for our staff. We're in an affordable housing crisis, so I think the fact that we're even talking about it and exploring it and knowing what the options are is good. And I just like to highlight this along the way. If we get to a point where we are going to offer that, or if it's something that we're going to use, repurpose schools for, I just want the public to kind of see the progression of how we've pulled items, we've done analysis on it, if we eventually come that way, how we got to that decision. So I wanted to be transparent that that's something we're even looking at with this item. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. So I'm glad that we're going to explore this. I know you and I have had a lot of conversations. I've had conversations with Tampa Housing Authority, with different individuals in the community on how we can. Now, look, I don't want to be a landlord, but there are ways. We got enough on our plate, but there are opportunities, whether it's land we own or buildings we own, to partner with different entities so that we can have some type of negotiation, reciprocity for affordable housing for our employees. All different types of employees at all different levels. But I'll be really interested to see what comes back, and how you move forward with this, but maybe put it on the suspended agenda.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
you can give us some highlights along the way.
Yes, ma'am. Good point.
That's a great idea.
So,
Mr. Van, you got that?
Yes.
There you go.
You got that, man?
Thank you, Member Hahn. I think that's a great suggestion. So to add that to our suspended agenda, and I'm sure the members would concur with that. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 903, Memorandum of Agreement with the Children Board of Hillsborough County for the support and empowering of Educational Development Service, SEEDS. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This has been a partnership with the Hillsborough County Children's Board since 2012, and this is where they continue to be able to provide ongoing services to our families. As of right now, SEED supports 750 families within our communities, and this is not only to provide them with academic assistance to make certain that students are kindergarten ready or whether or not these students are prepared for third grade, but they do a lot of wraparound services to be able to leverage, social workers and other individuals and case managers to really help our families, whether it be with the essentials for food, essentials for utilities, housing, you name it. They do a really good job. So, this is us being able to move forward and in collaboration with them. Historically, we spent $160,000 to be able to further support this process. They just have, way more accessibility to services with their funding to be able to have those external services that we can do for $2 million and we can do for $160,000. And Kelly Parrish is a magnificent leader who continues to drive this work, and I'm glad to be a partner in this process and make this recommendation.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C903. I have a motion by Member Gray. I have a second by Member Hahn, Member Gray, Member Rendon, and I pulled this item. I'll go ahead and get started with Member Gray.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. Indeed, Kelly Paris is she's a wonderful woman, and she addresses what is seemingly 66, and I said this before, 66% of our students are on free and reduced lunch. 69% of our families who engage with the Children's Board do so because there is food shortages. There are tutoring services that are necessary. A lot of the families live in hotels. Many of the families have multiple languages. And Ms. Paris and her staff take care of that as well. They provide social workers to these families. My goodness, while it may be a teacher's maybe 2 teacher salaries, it is a 20-to-2 ratio because she will have more than 20 folks working with those families, so many of them. Superintendent Davis, you mentioned maybe 10 years that the Children's Board worked with SEEDS, but actually before that, for 20 or more years, the same SEEDS program was called FAST, F-A-S-T. So this has been a program that has been historically one that has, let's just say, stood the test of time. It is a game changer for families of poverty, and we, as a school district, have many of them. And I'd like to think that we can continue with our partnership with the Children's Board, of course, and the SEEDS program, which again is now exceeding 30-something years. So kudos. Thank you, Kelly, wherever you are. And I'm on the Children's Board, so she hopefully is listening in. So anyway, thank you, Superintendent Davis, for your remarks as well.
Thank you very much, Member Gray. Member Rendon?
Yes, and I agree with Member Gray. The Children's Board, the SEEDS program, they do tremendous amount of work. The question I have is for us to look at this partnership and how we address it and how we define it. Is there a way that we could have a memorandum of agreement with the Children's Board that enables us to not use general revenue funds, but yet increase our ESSER or our Title IV dollars and still meet their requirements of being a partner in this? I think that's something that we can look at as far as taking into consideration we want to save our general revenue dollars for our teachers and not discounting the need for SEEDS, not discounting the priority of it, but maybe doing it in a different fashion.
Yes, Madam Chair. One thing we can do is, we can do that ourselves. And I agreed, and we're still looking at whether or not there's an additional funding source we can move. If tonight, if it's approved, and I hope it's approved, that's my recommendation. It's approved with general fund. If we find additional funding source, whether it may be a different categorical that meets the needs and connects with us, then we can be able to transition and make that adjustment. And I can advise the board if that's a process, if that is something we can find internally.
Okay. Thank you, Member Rendon. And I just wanted to echo the sentiments of Member Gray and Member Rendon. I mean, I've had personal experience with the SEEDS program. It really, for what we get and how much the Children's Board does for us, does for our students, and does for the community. I had a direct, experience with the SEEDS program, and I know how well they do, how much accountability they also have on the program, the amount of paperwork that's required to make sure it's a really just a very well-oiled machine. It does things very well. Kids are really impacted. They make sure that the impact of the children and that their needs are best met, whatever those needs are. So I just wanted to say what a wonderful program that is, and I would like to support that. And if we can find it from ESSER Title IV, but this time or in the future, what that looks like, maybe we can right now for ESSER, but maybe in the future, 3 or 4 years from now, obviously that's not sustainable, what that would look like. Superintendent Davis, I see that you had a comment.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Last thing, and we want to recognize that this is the only program in the state of Florida is in Hillsborough that it has with the Children's Board. So this is a unique initiative that Hillsborough Children's Board has partnered with a school district in the state of Florida. So we want to recognize that.
Okay. Thank you. Members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 1001, Agreement for Technical Services, 22300 ATS IV Infor Implementation Services through Third Stage Consulting. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. This is an item that we desperately need related to be able to transform and replace Lawson. Lawson's our current system to be able to transition to the N4, which is our cloud suite system that we are looking to launch during spring break. This is all the overall operations to be able to run our school district. Lawson has, its life cycle has come to an end, and this is needed to be able to create this implementation. This is a 6-month engagement that really allows us to focus on HR initiatives for hiring, terminations, et cetera. Also HR and payroll functions, and at the same time being able to look at finance, procurement, and also IT. I also have with us today is our leader and chief of technology. This is Dr. Weeks up here with me if he'd like to expand on this initiative.
Certainly.
You got to push a button.
Okay. I'm used to standing up there.
So. I know. I took you away from there. We've got an extra seat tonight.
Certainly. So in terms of the agreement for technical services, as Superintendent Davis had mentioned, this is something that really we want to utilize Third Stage as a consulting firm in order to give us the additional basically the additional resources that we require to make that successful and seamless transition from the developmental stage and implementation stage up to where we can actually go live with the new product. This is something that was never accounted for 5 years ago when this project was put in place, and it predates the majority of us sitting here today. But this is something that is absolutely required for us to be able to do this on a successful timeline, do this over the spring break. If we do not make the spring break, we would be looking at our next window of opportunity would be the Thanksgiving break of next year, because there's a significant outage related to the conversion of the systems. And it is not something that we can do over the summer because we have the bridge of fiscal years that occurs during the summer. So we close the books and reopen them during that June and July timeframe. So we would not be able to afford actually having multiple week window of having the system out during that time.
Thank you, Dr. Weeks. I need a motion and a second to approve item C 1002. I have a motion by Member Hahn, and I have a second by Member Gray. Member Gray, Member Rendon pulled this item. We'll start with you, Member Gray, and then Member Rendon.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Weeks, for your explanation. Just one quick question. You may want to review the funding and the reimbursable promise by capital funds, just so we have a better feel for that expenditure of $1.6 million.
Thank you, through the chair. So this is something that our Chief Financial Officer, Ro Johnson, and I have spoken of. So this is not something that is eligible directly from capital because this is for human resources. But this is something that the CFO has identified that can be reimbursed because it is related to expenses for the implementation of an ERP system, which is reimbursable.
So perhaps Superintendent Davis would be advisable for Ms. Johnson to speak.
Through the chair, Ms. Johnson has, yes, ma'am, she can speak and address that.
We're talking about the reimbursable situation.
Well, we definitely can do a capital transfer because it's a capital IT software system that support our system. We can do a transfer from the capital fund, or we could get this paid out of ESSER funding, but we have to pay it out of general fund and actually move the spends to those appropriate accounts.
Okay, and the other, thank you, Ms. Johnson. The other question is, and Dr. Weeks, what we may have to remind the board, perhaps Member Rendon, is that this is part of a big technology plan that has been building, and we're aware of it, but perhaps you might want to share the plan in a fast bullet, fast.
Certainly. So for us, basically, as Superintendent Davis explained, this is really the financial lifeblood of the district. This is how we perform all of our operations, from paying our bills, paying our employees, hiring our personnel. This is how we, look to bill out and receive and pay all of our accounting. So this is our basic system that runs the business functionality of the district. We've hit the end of the usable lifespan of our existing system. We've had really no choice but to move forward. The board had approved this approximately 5 years ago to move forward with this project. Due to COVID and a number of other circumstances, we have not been able to complete this in what I would at least see as a timely manner, but we are looking to rectify this situation at this point. But it is critical to moving the district forward from a technology perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Rendon?
And so, I know we've reviewed, excuse me, that this is a critical piece for our technology for the district, and I thoroughly understand that. But someone who comes from a situation where we have no guarantees right now that this is going to make the mark. We don't know if we add on $1.6 million, if we're going to see this through and we're going to have this ready and up to speed in 6 months. That's a problem when it comes out of our general revenue funds. And so I think that's where my biggest concern comes in, is that what's going to happen if we put that money out and we put a big push, we don't get it there. Are we going to be back asking for another 1.6 to give another push come Thanksgiving?
Thank you. Through the chair. So this is something that, given today's information that we have, the 1.65 million will get us to that mark. We are guaranteed we will, if we don't approve this, we most likely will not make the spring break. So I could probably guarantee you that. Specifically, if we don't make this spend, we will not make the spring break, and then we will spend further dollars. But given today's knowledge, this will get us to spring break.
And through the chair, if we get to a point where over the next 30 days, 45 days, 60 days, that we need to, pull the fire alarm and bring it back to the board, we definitely will and have to reboot our game plan. But our intent is to be as aggressive as we can, surgical as we can with this approach, and navigate through this and leverage this 1.6 to be able to get us to the spring break timeline.
Okay, so with that being said, because remember, we approved this 5 years ago, and we're not where we are today because factors have happened. It was not on the front row, so now we're in critical, and we're asking the board for more money. So what are we going to change to get us over the threshold?
So the biggest thing with this technical services is one of the things we should have done 5 years ago was really to backfill the staff that we have. We run a skeleton crew, as it were, for most of the functional areas within the district. This is finance, this is IT, this is HR. What this service does is they provide us functional backfill, people that have the knowledge of the specific system that we're moving from, Lawson, so that they can actually perform some of that functionality for our staff, thereby freeing up our staff to do the critical project work that they have not been able to do up to this point.
Any more questions, Member Rendon? Member Vaughn?
Thank you. My questions are, one, Ms. Johnson, when was that, how soon can we do that transfer? Are we looking within this calendar year? What does that look like? When we're talking about recouping the money, what's the timeline on that?
As soon as the expenditures hit the ledger, we do the transfer.
Okay, so absolutely within the school year.
Correct.
And then I just want to clarify, this is a one-time fee and not a reoccurring fee that you're asking us to commit to out of the general fund. And per the other board members, you're guaranteeing that this will get us to the finish line.
This is a one-time expenditure for a 6-month engagement with Third Stage. And given what we know today, yes, this will take us through the spring break launch of the Infor Cloud Suite.
And between one way or another, we'll be able to reimburse the funds out of the general fund, either through a capital transfers or through accessing our ESSER money.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Perez?
I just wanted to first thank Member Vaughn for stealing my question. And and just remind that when we're talking about transfers, for transparency's sake, to provide that information, because you could say, we're going to transfer it, but the general audience who's watching us does not understand what that means. So thank you for providing that back information. And that was my question as well, is how fast does that transfer take place? And also if we were able to get that funding from another source, and it would be from ESSER funds, that we would be able to reimburse that money. But because, that amount of money is a lot. 1.6 million. It's just a lot of money for right now for us. But we need that program, and we get it reimbursed, so it's a win-win for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Perez. Board members, please vote when your lights appear.
Drum roll. See if you're about to be one. Many dogs vote. Let's see. Many dogs. Let's see.
Okay, and it passes 6-1 with Member Rendon voting no. 10:03, EduPoint contract amendment, 6 customization services for Synergy student information. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. Can we go to 10:02 afterwards?
Oh, I'm sorry, 10:02.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Let's go ahead and do 10:02.
Okay.
EduPoint, I don't know, my check
It's
marks
okay.
went. EduPoint renewal for additional services to implement Synergy student information systems. Superintendent David will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is another initiative that was adopted in 2019 to be able to bring Synergy to the forefront as our student information system. This is to be able to continue with a consultant to be able to provide key data transfers, at the same token be able to look at business analysts to be able to transform the current structures in Synergy to match what we actually need in each one of our divisions. So that's looking at him being a functional liaison, at the same token being able to convert data from EdConnect and transition it over to Synergy to be efficient. This is about, give you an example, looking at how we identify kids and set up homerooms for report cards, how we look at scheduling process for students who may be in specialized programs such as ACE or IB, looking at building prototypes for our data system so that we can review at the fingertips for students transferring from one location to the next, being able to track grades to be able to review, and customizations related to every way that we interact with this current suite. So this is about setting up the configuration so that we can have a better, more sophisticated way of looking at data analytics within our school district. Dr. Weeks?
You said it succinctly.
There we go.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C, 10:02. I have a motion by Member Gray. I have a second by Member Washington. Member Gray, Member Rendon, you pull this item. We'll start with either one of you. Member Gray?
Dr. Weeks, can you just expand on the consultant that's working for Synergy versus not having that? Is that primarily what we're dealing with, is a consultant?
That is correct. Through the chair, this is a consultant that we will be using. This will be the 3rd year with this particular consultant. We have used the same consultant. They are 100% dedicated to Hillsborough County Schools. They have a intimate background knowledge of the school district, as well as they have 2 key pieces that we cannot possibly possess within the school district. Number one, they have intimate knowledge of the actual application that we're moving to, which is the Synergy product. And number 2 is they actually have the ability to change and make modifications within that product line, which is something that we would never be able to do because we don't own the product. So this is just a continuation of consultative services from them.
Well, then we're very lucky to have this consultant with historical knowledge and as a continuum.
Yes, ma'am. Very seamless for us to move forward with it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Rendon?
Yes. So when we talk about having this data system and having all that and all the things, what's our security base when it comes to our student information? How secure is it, and how do we know that?
So this is something, all of our systems, we have to, number one, sign data sharing agreements with all of our vendors. So we understand what data they possess, who ultimately holds that data in ownership. They are responsible to us since they are storing our data in the cloud. If there are any potential incidents or breaches, they are responsible to reporting that information to us. we have looked at, and this predates me, but we have looked at the security analysis of their cloud storage solution, and they stand behind their product as most other cloud vendors do at this point. Inherently, it marries up with all of our current data systems in terms of providing access. We control the access based off of its role level access. So based off of the role of the person who is actually looking at gaining access, whether it's a principal, data processor, an administrator, you only have specific rights and responsibilities based off of a specific access level. And that is handled through the IT security team.
And so the information is housed with this particular vendor.
That is correct. It's a cloud-based solution, so it is stored. I believe it's actually stored in Amazon Web Services.
Okay, and do we know of in the last 5 years a breach?
We do not have any knowledge of any breaches with them.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. Do you anticipate this is going to be a recurring fee next year?
This is the third and final year that we anticipate utilizing this consultant. We are going live in July of 2023 with Synergy. That is our current plan. And after that, while we do know that we're going to have potentially some additional customizations based off of future scenarios, what if scenarios, additional functional enhancements above and beyond what we're currently using in our EdConnect product. Those would likely be handled by a separate contract with not really a consultant on site like this.
So if this came back next year, it would be a reoccurring fee.
You are correct. If this came back next year, it would be a reoccurring fee. Correct.
Through the chair, he's not bringing this back next year. We're getting this done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes 6-1 with Member Rendon voting no. 1003, EduPoint Contract Amendment 6 Customization Services for Synergy Student Information Systems. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is an opportunity for us to look at functionality of Synergy. They provide a number of approaches, but this allows us to be able to take and transition information in EdConnect and transfer it to Synergy as well. And this is really looking at academic services and transportation to be able to guide our way of what this system needs to look like, and so we can own it and make certain that it's functional to our staff. Dr. Weeks?
Again, as Superintendent Davis said, really the biggest thing is this is to take us to a similar baseline functionality that we currently have achieved in our EdConnect system and transition that over to the Synergy product, as it does not necessarily align completely with our current practices.
Okay. Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve item C, 1003. I have a motion by Member Gray. I have a second by Member Washington. Member Rendon, you pull this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, so again, one of the reasons I had was we answered some of them similarly earlier when we asked about the data collection system. Also, I want to make sure that we understand that these are individual staff that are coming out of a general revenue fund. That is also the same fund in which we are trying to pay our teachers for. So at this point, I wanted just to make sure that, we need to bring it to the attention of our public that this is something we are choosing to use these particular funds for, that we could be using for our teachers.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Perez?
Is there another fund that we could, like ESSER, that we could use for this?
Through the chair, I can't say specifically whether or not we could utilize the ESSER for this specifically. If we did look at requesting this, we would have to actually go back to approval for the state for reallocating funds. The ESSER funding is already approved for specific expenditures. If we were to deviate from that, we have to go back and actually ask the state to reapprove it.
There's no other place to get this amount of money from.
This, unfortunately, isn't even eligible for capital because this does not qualify as capital IT expenditure for business software. So we couldn't even look at the reimbursement from that perspective. And Ms. Johnson, am I correct on that? Synergy, yes.
Yes, because it's not an ERP system.
Because it's almost between the two of them, it's almost $1 million.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Press. Do you have any more questions? Member Gray?
Yes, Dr. Weeks, this does identify the student bus routes. Is that correct?
So this actually looks at some of the transportation functionality that doesn't exist in Synergy the way that we utilize it currently within EdConnect and how it ties into our Edgelog system. So one of the items that this would function in doing is providing an interface between our current bus route management system and the Synergy application.
So when we talk about boundaries, as we will the boundary changes affect this particular decision we make today on this expenditure? Because we're dealing with transportation boundary changes. Can you comment on that?
Certainly. So any boundary changes that we make, we are going to be obviously, and Mr. Farkas can back me up, we are going to be obviously looking at, there are possibilities of bus route changes. All of those changes would be handled by the interface to the system. So again, from our transportation system into the new Synergy product. But unless we have that interface to go in between both of them, we really can't balance that out equitably.
Thank you. Mr. Farkas, did you want to make a remark just to help me understand?
It is. So Edgelog is what we use, and what they're talking about is what it kind of goes into the mainframe. So what we actually route, because you're right, the boundary changes will dramatically impact routing.
Right.
But the Routing and Planning Department of Transportation uses Edgelog, and so they will use that regardless of what happens here. The important part is once it's done, and it gets uploaded to school sites so they can see what the sites are and things like that, that is where it's impacted with the Synergy part of it. The actual routing and things are done through Edgelog, which it currently is. But when it's uploaded and you're at a school site and you want to see what bus, Timmy rides, they're looking in the Synergy part, not in Edgelog. So that's why it's an important, kind of, it won't impact what we're doing on the routing side. It will impact what schools see.
So the idea of the budget coming to $693,000, we won't expect an increase of that expenditure when we do the boundary changes, or?
No, ma'am. This is something that we are already identifying the interface to the Edgelog system. And as Mr. Farkas said, the Edgelog system is what's already in use for this. So any changes that occur on the bus routes will be occurring within Edgelog. That data would simply flow over through the interface into the new Synergy products.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Farkas.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. I appreciate Member Gray's line of questioning because I find that, it's interesting the transportation functions that this would impact. And you mentioned, Mr. Farkas, that you could, at the school site, would that be the administrators who could see where the buses were coming from, when, and so forth?
Well, that's through the Here Comes the Bus app. They can see that.
Right, but
when you come up, when your child comes to the bus, they don't know, like in the first week of school, they're not sure what bus rider, when you're assigning a bus.
Yeah.
That's actually done in Synergy as opposed to Edgelog. So that's the interface that schools see. So
Okay.
if you're the secretary or the assistant principal that, when Timmy wants to know what bus I'm on, or if he moves and has that in, that's what they see. They see that part.
or if
The
there's a
behind-the-scenes
missing
stuff-
child, sometimes a missing child.
Exactly. But Here Comes the Bus, the app that we rolled out a couple months ago, that will tell us where the bus is and which
Right.
kids are on it.
So I guess, I know there's a lot of discussion around this is general fund dollars. And we spend about, 85% of our general fund dollars on salaries? Right. So yes. So, there's another 15% there. And I understand that, I guess my point is not every general fund dollar is spent on salaries. And I understand the issues that we're currently in, but you can't cripple certain aspects of a district. You still have to expend some of those dollars to keep, the district running in certain places. So I just wanted to make sure, general fund dollars, yes, the majority of it, an awful lot of it is spent on salaries, but there are other expenditures that come out of that that bucket of money that is important for the functioning and the smooth functioning, the continuity of the district to support all of the employees that work within the district and students and families. And the transportation example was just one little sliver of what this does to support that piece of the organization. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Member Vaughn?
Thank you. I appreciate all this conversation because I too think very deeply about how we spend our general funds, since it does affect, and when we're talking about teacher salaries, one thing that helps me is whether it's reoccurring or whether it's a one-time fee, because if it's a reoccurring fee, that's something we're obligating ourselves to, and that's a lot of conversation we have about salaries is reoccurring money versus one-time money. So if, let's say this item didn't pass and we didn't, allot this money, there's no guarantee it would go towards teacher salaries, is the point Dr. Hahn is making. It could sit in our reserves if our CFO had her way. So I appreciate this conversation, but I would just like to add, that is one thing why I generally ask you if this is a reoccurring or one-time fund. It doesn't mean we should just approve every one-time fund. We should be very thoughtful about what we approve, but that is one thing that helps me when we're talking about whether it's something that would go towards salaries or something that would maybe sit in our reserve funds towards our reserve balance. So let me clarify for this one, this is a one-time fee once again, not something we're obligating ourselves to yearly for this amount to come out of the general fund. Is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am. This is a one-time developmental fee for us to get the Synergy product up to the baseline functionality that we currently enjoy with the EdConnect product.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Board members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes 6-1 with Member Rendon voting no. 1004, increase in expenditures for piggyback 20206 PGB-LG computer hardware, supplies and services. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is an opportunity for us to continue to penetrate the classroom with updated technology and to move to a one-to-one student device ratio to be and further removed the aged devices that are within our school district. So this allows us to purchase over 29,000 student laptops, close to 900 laptop carts, over 2,200 displays, devices, and 4,900 staff laptops or desktops, depending on the employee and what their needs may be. This allows us, again, to remove units that are 5 years or older out of our system and to be able to have updated devices. This is used with ESSER 3 funding, and please note that the state has come by through school districts and removed ESSER funding that's not expended as identified for use. So we want to make certain that if we are in line to be able to not only order but expend these dollars so that they are encumbered, so we do not get to a part where the state comes and sweeps these away from our current funds.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C, 1004. I have a motion by Member Gray, and I have a second by Member Hahn. Member Gray, Member Vaughn, and I pulled this item. We'll go ahead and start. Member Vaughn? I've started with Member Gray quite a bit today, so.
Okay. All right, the left starts it. So at any rate, what we do know that is true, Dr. Weeks, is that you have said, probably to every board member, that this is all covered under the warranty, that the vendor provides all the parts. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then because of the parts being given, then we could fix it in school. Now that's the big question. It can be fixed in school.
You are correct for all intents and purposes. Yes, we do fix the products. The vendor provides us the warranty parts for the majority of these items. Many of these items were field serviceable, so they can be replaced at the school sites. Some of them come back to our shop and are replaced there. A small amount of these items may have to go back to the vendor, but that is something that we work with each vendor independently on.
Okay, so one of the hiccups and it's good that we have ESSER $3 to cover it. And my big question always is the sustainability. Who's going to fix it when it breaks? I mean, all the fancy equipment we're getting, or let's just say not necessarily fancy, we're finally catching up. And we will be on one-to-one, right? One-to-one computers for the kids. So my question is, and I know the superintendent may have to engage with this answer, is that when we look at how this will be maintained, all the different parts, the equipment, when it breaks down, and we mentioned a few schools who are in panic because, you know, their mainframe, whatever, broke down, and who's going to fix it? So how are we addressing the maintenance, the sustainability of all this money, which is $28 million, which by all, you know, measurements, it's a lot of money. How do we maintain?
I can actually speak to that. So what we're looking at doing is, since these are newer pieces of equipment, one of the challenges we've had previously is a lot of our equipment was aged. So it was consistently breaking down on us based off of the age. We always had to stockpile a multitude of components in order to keep these. So we had wear and tear on vehicles. We had numerous people that had to go out, pick items up, bring them back to the shop, replace them with specific parts. We had to keep, again, a multitude of items in the storehouse in order to be able to service these. But for us, with newer equipment, since most of this is, we're primarily settling on a specific vendor for computers, for instance, Lenovo's. So we are having a smaller amount of parts stores that we need to keep. The vendor provides them for us from a maintenance warranty perspective, and we are streamlining our services so that we can ensure to try to hit schools as required. High schools need the most attention, but we know elementary schools have been previously, I don't want to say ignored, but they haven't gotten the love that they should have had. We are working on identifying how we can continue to provide them coverage by shifting some of our manpower. And again, having the newer equipment does help us because we aren't looking at as many repairs.
Yeah, and we're reminded that the elementary librarians are doing most of the maintenance and fixing of the computers versus doing their library tasks, not to mention covering. And I do think, and I will suggest to Superintendent Davis, that a reorg, in other words, you're going to need more people to do all this. $28 million is substantial, what's going on in the schools. And I am hoping that you will present an option to reorg, and that the superintendent perhaps right now has a comment on it.
Yes, ma'am. We're gonna push Dr. Weeks to look at his current organization to maybe move individuals around and openly determine whether or not he needs an additional assistance. I think that we also can lean on some of our high school students. Some of our high school students that are very tech savvy, so being able to lean on them maybe for community hours or for particular internships to be able to help us with this process as well.
Yeah, I love that idea. Homegrown. I mean, that's an excellent idea. So, well, thank you for sharing. The boards have comments, and so I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. So, you know, this is a challenge for me because I see the value in one-to-one devices and how important that is. I know that that is an issue that our teachers and staff and our administrators ask for. My concern is, you know, I feel that we're spending a lot of ESSER money because there's constantly a threat that the state's going to come in and sweep that money. I find that to be problematic and unfortunate that, you know, money that we want to identify. First of all, when we got the money, the fact that it took so long to get it. Secondly, then the fact that it was subdivided into individual budgets and, you know, we were forced to spend it in certain buckets instead of having the flexibility from the federal government to decide how we wanted to spend it. And now to kind of rush purchases, even though I don't disagree with them having value under the guise of they're going to come in and sweep the money, makes me feel frustrated, along with the fact that while I value technology and I think our staff is asking for it, we have a lot of other areas where we could use this money to fill in things. And I have teachers and admins and staff who are asking for those things, you know, whether it's a miscommunication in paper, the fact that there are so many GoFundMes for paper, you know, whether it's facilities in classrooms, whether it's even just finding a way to give our teachers an additional bonus on top of the fact of whatever's going on with negotiation. It's hard for me to, quickly spend almost $30 million under the threat of the state coming away and sweeping it away. Even though I see the value in this, I think there's so much need in our district. It's hard for me to kind of, in good conscience vote for this. So I just want to kind of share those thoughts with you. And that'll be it. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. And I had a question. We did initially budget like $60 million to spend on technology. Is that correct from ESSER 1, 2, or 3? I'm just seeing, and this is just part of it, correct?
Madam Chair, actually it was $102 million that was actually identified for ESSER 3. And to talk to the previous question, all of the ESSER dollars, when we submitted for the grant, we had to allocate what those dollars, we had to seek approval for what those dollars were going to be used for. So we did actually have to bucketize them based off of specific needs. So that was part of the grant approval process. So when we got the approval, we had, like I said, out of our $400 million in ESSER 3 dollars, approximately $102 million of that was identified for technology specific needs.
Okay, yeah, I know technology, but as far as computers, was it 60 million, or am I wrong? I can't remember exactly.
It was approximately $36 million, I think, for student devices, and then another 18, I believe, for staff devices. But I would have to find the exact numbers. About 50. About 50.
That. And what about the initial challenges that we had with some of those computers? I mean, what happened with those? Were those resolved?
So that was actually an initiative that was brought forward in an effort to try to provide better value for the district. We have since abandoned that idea based off of the fact that we really didn't see the value in the product. The products did not hold up as well as we had anticipated. So we have selected a specific line of products through Lenovo that are better suited to the needs of our students. And then same thing with Microsoft Surfaces for our staff members.
And I think probably one of the challenges that many schools are facing is with the fast testing and not having technology. That's a big concern because that's a state requirement that kids are going to be tested, children will be tested starting in kindergarten, several times a year. And that is all through technology from K onward. So that is a concern, and this is why I will support this, because I'm concerned about what that will do to impact our schools and our teachers, because when I go to schools often, they're very frustrated with technology, and if it's not working and they have to take these tests, just like the teacher spoke today, she had to give those tests online. So the other thing is really the technology aspect as far as in high school and middle schools, you're seeing librarians be tech specialists and they're doing so many other things. I mean, what does that look like in the future? And we talk about I'd like to see a plan on how we're going to support all these products and these new products and who's going to be in charge of it at the schools, because it is creating, teachers are feeling frustrated, if maybe technology's not, they've been teaching for 35 years and maybe they're not that interested in technology, but all of a sudden they have to learn how to do this before they give this fast test. So I'd like to see a plan for that, how to support the teachers. And then Superintendent Davis, can you tell us about what money has been swept and what your concerns are?
Yes, ma'am. I can get that information for you to give you an exact dollar amount and what categoricals they have identified. Ms. Johnson, I'm sorry. No, do you remember what categoricals have been swept from ESSER to this point? If not, or Mrs. Brown, or if not, we can get that back, and I can send that back to each of you as a follow-up in my.
I don't think it's a reduction of money altogether. They just reallocate it back for other purposes. So when you get one-time funding, it's for a specific purpose, and there's a deadline for expenditure of that money. So anytime we get one-time money, it could be a grant or restricted resource. We have to spend in those timelines, whether it's dictated by the state or the federal government. So that's just how one-time money functions.
So that money, through the chair, that money will go back to the Department of Education, and they can categoricalize that for, workforce development. It could go to CTE. So it'd be something that we may not need, but we always need that type of money, may not need at that particular point within our school district.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. Thank you, Dr. Weeks. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. You submitted the grant with $102 million of expenditures around technology to the state. The state approved it. So money that is not used, so you had maybe in there $36 million for the student devices, would we not have to, we would either lose those dollars that could be swept because what we said we were going to use it on, now we're not going to, or you would have to go back, rewrite the grant you mentioned earlier for another item, and then hope they approve that expenditure.
So that would be, in essence, correct. If we didn't expend the dollars and the government decided to come through and sweep those funds, then we would potentially lose them, or they would be reallocated to something where we might not be able to, or might not have a need for them currently. As far as, we wouldn't actually have to rewrite the grant, but we would have to seek approval for the change in use of that funding against what it has been identified for previously. Yes, ma'am.
Request for a change within the grant.
Yes, ma'am.
And so, I guess I also feel that the one-to-one is important. I think digital literacy, we saw during the pandemic, so many kids struggled with digital literacy because they didn't have a lot of time on laptops, computers, other than maybe going in and taking a quick, test where somebody is turning it on for them. Somebody is downloading it for them. So I guess, I think the one-on-one devices are worth the investment. Again, it goes back to, this is ESSER's dollars. This is a one-time expense. Digital literacy is important when you're preparing students for life. Everything they touch, even going into CVS now, you check out using a computer. I mean, we're seeing this more and more. To start early in kindergarten, as Member Combs said, is important because the way kids are being tested. I see this as an important investment. I know when I came onto the board, 5 years ago, that that we were so far from one-on-one. I mean, Member Gray and Member Perez remember those days, and when the pandemic hit, we were really struggling to get a lot of kids the devices they needed to just keep up, do the day-to-day, engage with our teachers. And so, there's many different reasons where kids might have to go back to needing a device at home. God forbid another pandemic, but, a destructive hurricane where schools, look what's happening right now in Fort Myers. Those kids are out of school for months, weeks and weeks until they figure out how they can partner with neighboring districts, or, they're going to go virtual. You just can't let kids sit out for that long. So the idea of one-on-one devices is important for a lot of different reasons, but that money, it has been earmarked. It is ESSER's dollars. A certain percentage of ESSER's has to be spent on technology, correct?
I believe there was.
It's restricted for technology. So even if you had a wish list, you couldn't spend it. Anyway, I'm running out of time, but thank you.
Through the chair, that answer is correct. That answer your question.
Member Perez?
So, just for comparison, how much did we lose in ESSER 1 dollars? How much did they have to? Did we have to send back in ESSER 1 dollars?
Through the chair, we did a really good job of spending all those dollars in a timely fashion.
Perfect.
Yeah,
How about
I think we
ESSER
spent
2?
those in the first 30 minutes.
Okay, perfect. That works for me.
and ESSER 2, I think it was in 15 minutes. So we've done a really good job of being in the forefront of this, and we just don't want to get into that sweep that recently happened to other counties.
Okay, perfect. So, flagging a certain funds and that are placed in buckets. These have to be utilized, like the other board member said, specifically for these items that we have targeted them for, right? Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I just want to remind, the viewers and also our board members that still here in, Hillsborough County, we have some families and some students that their children only touch technology in school. They don't have technology at home. They don't have the ability to get onto technology at home. And so the only place that they get on technology on computers is in school. And we learned that the hard way when the pandemic hit, like Member Hahn said, because they didn't even know how to turn on a computer once they got that computer home to be able to do at home, schooling. So the fact that we were able to get this technology to them now, to get them educated with the computer and how to use it, is going to be, for us, a win-win for our students and their education. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Gray?
Probably don't need to say this, but it came to my mind, Member Perez, that in addition to the one-to-one advantage, the curriculums demand computers. In other words, you can't go through some of the curriculums without a computer in the classroom. They're matched. In other words, you have to have the computer to take the courses. So, you can give all kinds of advantages, but the reality is it's a necessity for these kids to have a one-to-one and be really doing the best, have the best advantage to score, etc., in their within their work in their classroom. So just adding that.
Thank you, Member Gray. Board members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes 6-1. Member Vaughn voting no. 10:05, piggyback, 2229, PGB LG, Adobe Creative Cloud for Enterprise. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is just renewal of a Creative Cloud for Enterprise. Just a number of technology applications that we use in every one of our divisions, and this would be paid by multiple sources within our school district. This is paid by IT because we use it. It could be gifted services, could be ESE, and it could be CTE. So just being able to make certain that all of our employees have the necessary applications to continue to function properly and efficiently within our district. Anything, sir?
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve item C, 1005. I have a motion by Member Washington, and I have a second by Member Gray. Member Gray and Member Rendon pulled this items. We'll start with Member Rendon. Switch around.
I just want to make mention that as we move further and further into expanding our CTE programs, technology is going to be a key factor in our future for our students. And so I think even though these are general revenue funds and we acknowledge that, it is a direct relation to the success of our students. And I think that needs to be accounted for with these programs and what we're spending it on. So I just want to make sure that we made mention of it, that the priority needs to be our students and we're putting our money where our mouth is.
Yes, ma'am. Agree.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Gray?
No, Dr. Weeks, can you remind me perhaps that this is the actual licensing agreement that we're paying for?
Yes, ma'am. So this is our annual licensing agreement. Previously, various departments within the district had purchased their own licenses. What we did is we consolidated those licenses so that we can get better economies of scale. So we drove our price down to approximately $4.83 a license on the 16,000 plus licenses that we purchased. We were paying previously in the neighborhoods of $5 to $6 per license, depending on which entity was actually purchasing it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. And believe it or not, we're on our final agenda item for today. So 11:04, piggyback, 00201996, rental vehicle services. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. Historically, we've used Enterprise for our rentals in our school district. That contract came to an end. We went out for a bid. All the bids came with a tremendous increase in prices. So have an opportunity to piggyback with the state, bring in a rental vehicle with Avis to be able to address any of our field trips needed, any of our athletic events, or any of our fleet internally for our staff to be able to use. This is a one-year agreement, and the piggyback was the expenditure of $190,000 using and leveraging general funds, and also grant funding.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C, 1104. I have a motion by Member Gray. I have a second by Member Washington. Member Rendon, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, so a couple questions that I had. So basically what we're stating with this is that at the end of the day, that anybody that's using any kind of rental car for our students, we can only use this rental company?
This right now is our agreement that we prefer they use Avis because we have this contractual agreement. If there's a part where Avis doesn't have the units that we need, the vehicles that we need, then we can step outside of it, and that allows us the flexibility to address whatever travel that we need to get to one event to the next, or to be able to get a unit on the road to be able to serve our school through maintenance as well.
And then how, when we are using these rental agreements, because I know in the past from previous experiences, are they picking up and delivering for us? I mean, who's keeping track of all of that through the invoice? Because I know in the past that's been an issue where a vehicle could sit for a couple days, and are we being charged for those couple days?
Yeah, Mr. Ayers.
So I'll speak for Ms. Rendon. For our athletic, our assistant principals for administration at our schools, those are the ones that handle all of any of our travel, pretty much for any athletics outside of football and soccer where their teams are too large, obviously, to use rental car vans. Those are handled by our APA secretaries that handle all those rental car services.
Okay, so again, in our contract, are we being charged when it's a weekend and our staff come home on a Sunday and they get in their cars? Are we being charged those extra days, or is there different things we have to arrange with that? Like, have we changed our procedures to meet the contract needs?
Yep, Mr. Farkas.
So the question is no. We only do it for the days that are there. So if they need to drop it off early to meet their logistical needs, we only are paying for the rental for the date that we've asked for it to be there. Because you're right, sometimes they stay after because they haven't picked them up. No, we're only paying for the dates that we requested.
Okay, so then if they sit there 3 days, we're not paying them.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes 6-1 with Member Perez voting no. We will now move to superintendent comments. Superintendent Davis?
Yes, ma'am. Get an opportunity to really provide some updates on what's going on with our district currently. We have a number of things tonight. We had a webinar related to our boundary analysis and potential recommendations to the board and also to the community. After I go through this process, I'll let Mr. DeFarkas, who stepped out to lead that process this evening, inform the board about engagement and some of the overarching themes that we found to be created through this process. So we have celebrations, identify consent agenda items, and also a boundary update. One of the biggest things we did this week is we launched our parent bilingual hotline. As you know, the majority of our students that we serve are Hispanic. And in that process, we have 44,000 students that are Spanish-speaking families. And so not only will we be able to have and stand up for individuals to be able to connect with our parents, we just want to be able to make certain that we serve them in every way that we can. So whether it's enrolling in school, being able to have interventions, being able to look at IEPs, leverage community resources. We launched that this week, and hats off to Elena Garcia and her team to be able to make this an offering within our schools. We have 164 languages that are spoken within our school district, and we also have the opportunity through resources to transfer and to translate content to be able to help our parents as well. But right now, mostly working to be able to address and support our Hispanic families in this process. And then tonight we had a number of agenda items we want to highlight. A number of our schools, Plant High School, is going a field trip to the Kennedy Space Center. Really cool initiative in February. Gaither transitioning to New York City. Steinbrenner going to a national conference. And then also B901 where they have an MOU with TGH, who's given free telehealth to a number of our schools in the Transformational Network. They continue to be a beautiful partner of ours, and we thank Shay McCrae and her team for bringing this to the forefront, and for TGH standing with us and being that overarching partner. Tonight, we launched the our boundary analysis webinar. We're looking for greater activity and connectivity in phase 2 of that process. You will see over the next couple of weeks, we'll spend time for our virtual organizational engagements to make certain we get feedback from all of the entities and provide ongoing supports. As we transition back from winter break, we'll start on January the 9th through the 13th, having 10 in-person gallery walks, inclusion activities for our constituents to provide feedback, to really look at these interactive maps and recommendations so we can provide that information to the board, to the board can make informed decisions, and then transition to a board workshop on the 31st and potentially come into late February with a recommendation as we interact with this particular tools. As we, in phase 1, we've had 23,000 total website interactions, 3,400 responses to our primary, our guardians, and our caregivers. And then in webinar 1, we had 1,300 plus engagement opportunities for our constituents. To date, survey participation was 93%. Around 3,100 individuals participated in the survey. That's around 2%. And when we looked at and talked to our partners, WXY Studios, they say between 2 and 5% is the threshold they see from a national perspective. And then majority of the demographics who are participating, 62%, identify themselves as white, compared to 48% of our makeup are white within our community. And as we realize, there's an underrepresentation of families of color and community members of color, and we want to actively engage them in phase 2, which we hope we see as we launch this information this evening. So as we look at redistrict scenarios, the first scenario through our community focuses on stability. The second one, optimization. The third one for repurposing. These are the 3 areas that drove the work of our vendor. And all that to be able to look at utilization, distance to school, assignment for stability, demographics within our organization, and then also will highlight financial impact of what we particularly could potentially save. And then, highlights to look at it is, we drafted 3 scenarios for family and stakeholder interaction. Every one of our stakeholders have been sent a communication this evening for them to interact with our web tool. Then they can find that at hcps-boundary.org, and that allows them to look at different scenarios and interact with their particular address, where it allows them to identify the elementary, middle, and high school if there's any particular boundary change. The 3 scenarios look to change recommend 11,000 to 24,000 students, which is roughly 6 to 14% of our student body. And then it identifies for a number of fully repurposing and partially repurposing of our schools, with 12 schools impacted in that process. Our timeline continues to be in the front phase as I identified in our previous slide. And then the community meetings can be found on our website as well, 2 per district in our regions, so that our community can feel supported and engaged, and we can receive that feedback as well. And then tonight, thank you to the board for continuing to approve our sales tax referendum. Over $40 million was approved this evening for the schools, bless you, identified within this, particular PowerPoint. And, sales tax referendum continues to show how we're fiscal responsible for our community. And thank you to our oversight committee, who continues to help us prioritize our initiatives and our projects. And as we work with operations to identify our vendors and get all the projects in place, which take place over the summer. And then winter break's coming up. It's before us, December the 26th through January the 6th. We will be returning on January the 9th. I just want to wish every one of our constituents, stakeholders, family members, guardians, students, and our community members just happy holidays. This is time we hope you will take to spend with your family, your friends, and your loved ones. And thank you for trusting Hillsborough County with your student, and thank you for your consistently efforts to help our children create the best possibilities to prepare them for life. Thank you, and happy holidays.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. We'll now begin with board comments. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Combs. As we all know, there's a number of book challenges that are currently under review, and some that have already happened. we've all been receiving emails about the outcomes. And given the number of constituents who have reached out to me, the conversations I've had with community members, as well as what we've heard during public comment, probably over the last year, I feel it's necessary for me to publicly ask the superintendent some questions around the process and procedures, as well as follow up with a school board workshop to discuss the book challenge process, the processes regarding the selection of books for our libraries, and how we're ensuring that current and future books in our school libraries do not violate Florida statute. So I'll be making that workshop request through Combs Chair. I will need 3 other board members to support that for the workshop to move forward, so stay tuned. We'll see how that plays out. I have a list of questions, and I'm not asking you to answer them tonight, but I would like a written answer for these questions before the winter break. First, how are the book challenge committees at each school chosen? Who appoints individuals? Before participating in a on a book challenge committee, is there training that individuals have to go through to understand state laws, district policies, etc.? Is there a rubric used by book challenge committees at every school to review the books being challenged? I think it's important for the fidelity of the process that occurs. What's the typical turnaround time for a book challenge committee to come to a decision? How's the information then shared with the larger group of parents at the school? Is it through a parent link? What's the process for our media specialists to curate books for our libraries? Again, I think continuity around that process is important across schools. Given that we have a number of K-8 schools, how are we ensuring that our youngest learners at those schools are not getting access to young adult or adult books? How has a school district superintendent or deputy superintendent communicated with administrators across our schools and the media specialists around book challenges, processes and procedures, etc.? Currently, how are we determining if any of the books in our school libraries are currently violating Florida statute? If they are in violation, what is the process to remove them or to make other considerations around parent permission? Again, I will email you all these questions. You don't have to write them down.
I was about to do a final review. I got it all done.
No. And,
oh, that works.
And that,
I was like, I hope I get these right.
And then hopefully, we can go over all those things as a board and have a discussion at a workshop. So we all are on the same page. We're all getting the same information, and then we can push it out to the community, because I think there's a lot of angst, no matter where you land on these conversations, and confusion.
Yes, ma'am.
So that would be my ask, and again, I'll email you that. It was going to shift gears a little bit. It was a very busy couple weeks out in the community. Had some great things. I don't know, Pablo, if you could. I just kind of did a little collage of all the different stuff. First, I would really like to thank Majesty Title. Working with them to over the Christmas holidays, they've raised some money through their contacts that is going to be donated to 3 schools in elementary, middle, and high school, where students will be able to pay off their school lunch bill or their library bill, or the school can use it for other items. So I'm really thankful to our community partners, to Kelly Shannon, to Vince Cassidy, and Aaron Elzer for their continued commitment to our schools. Han Holiday Book Tour kicked off this week. I'm super excited. And I started this the first year I was on the board, where I gift every pre-K student in my district a book for the holidays. So we've already started deliveries, and so that's a real highlight for me. Fills my heart. I love that. Had a wonderful time at the 32nd Annual Children's Christmas Concert. A big thank you to the Steinbrenner family. I love the Rays, but man, grew up a Yankees fan. Sorry. And they hosted the event for our students. They do it every year, and it is phenomenal. It's one of my favorite events of the year. I visited Sharamonte Elementary School. I was sick for Great American Teach-In, so I did a makeup day. And we did a mock school board meeting. It was so fun. We used actual items from this meeting, so I have to follow up with the students and let them know what passed, what didn't, and how they fared in that. And I had a fantastic day Sunday at Frameworks Oyster Fest. Thank you to the many generous individuals and organizations that attended that event. The Frameworks does phenomenal work in our schools, and it was a wonderful, fun, very different type of fundraiser for an organization. Thank you. Have a very Merry Christmas and a blessed and Happy New Year.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. So I'm going to do the good, the bad, and then the closing. First of all, Pablo, can you put some pictures on that I sent you last minute? I think the first thing is going to be highlighting, I'm sure we all got to experience the Excellence in Education Surprise Patrol, where we were able to go and surprise our Teachers of the Year's, Exceptional Students of the Year, our Ida B. Baker nominees. There were 3 finalists in District 3, Linda Taylor for Exceptional Student Education Teacher at Gaither High School, Josette Daly, 3rd grade teacher at Forest Hills for Teacher of the Year finalist, and Don Reese Brown, paraprofessional for Lopez Exceptional Center, Instructional Support Employee of the Year. Congratulations to all 3 of those. That was a fun day. Next picture, please. There we are, Gaither. Next picture, please. All right. Also, I had the honor of going to Hillsborough High School, which is so beautiful, and participating in the 3D Culmination Challenge, where the students presented their solutions to a problem. These were the winners. Next slide, please. These were all the students who got to participate. 3DE is so amazing. Had such a great time. Was just really excited to be a part of that. Watching the kids present was just so inspiring. They are our future, and I love to see that. Next one, please. There's Miss Audra Lewis, who is passionate about 3DE in that school and always invites board members. Next slide, please. Then Mort Elementary had their community partnership breakfast, which was amazing to see so many partners rally around that school and their students perform. These are the steel plates. They're not called steel drums. They had xylophones. They had chorus that did a rendition. But really, the most important and impactful thing were they had real students and impact speeches where students came on and they talked about what a great school and experiences they were able to participate and access that they wouldn't have without the partnerships in that school, as well as the teachers and why they go to that school and love that school. And I absolutely love everything that Mort does, down to the student government, everything. These were the kids. These are all the houses, student government. They are so articulate and excited and passionate. And of course, that's all because of Principal Brown's leadership and her staff and everybody on board. Last slide. There she is, the woman, Miss Brown. Love her. So that's my good. Some things I want to talk about going into the new year is I would like to put into a formal request to make sure that our workshop around the boundaries has enough time to fully discuss things, because I have a lot of concerns about that. Superintendent, you know that Davis, I feel very misled by our consulting company around our priorities and things we had discussed earlier. I'm extremely disappointed by my last meeting with them and what they had I prioritized. So I have concerns, and I would really like a lot of space to be able to talk about that and not just have no disrespect, but a big staff presentation where we don't have a lot of room to address some of the concerns. Because again, this is really important, and I want to make sure we have space around that. Also, can we talk about teacher planning time going into next year? I think that's something that we can accommodate our teachers with. Also, I know that you worked really hard to move that ESE payment up to the middle of the year. That I appreciate. The middle of the month as opposed to the end of the month in January. But I would like to talk about any of our bonuses, making sure that we're extra aggressive about making sure that, since that's not going to cost us any extra money, we get that into our employees' hands as soon as possible, because I see a lot of missed opportunity, spark money, whatever it is, to make sure that we're getting our employees the money that they could utilize. I think at some point we really need to address this crisis in teaching and education. The teachers who came and spoke today are just a small amount of teachers. There's not a day that doesn't go by that I don't get an email about our teachers living in extreme poverty and not being able to pay bills, and constant pleas of support. And whether that means, we constantly have to talk about legislation. I know that we constantly hear that this year there were more teacher raises than ever, but that was only for first-year teachers. And you can see, I wish the rest of the state could see what our boardroom room looks like and how we need to prioritize the people that are the heart and soul in our school. And I think we need to have more conversations about that going forward, because watching teachers grovel for a living wage and to be able to pay their bill is one of the most heartbreaking things I can comprehend. And our staff, not just our teachers, our paras, our bus drivers, everybody who takes care of our children. So those are kind of the things that I want to talk about going into next year. As well as ESE. I know that, we're short-staffed on ESE, but I think that we need to do what we did when it came to the bus driver crisis, and whether it's talking about paying it more, we need to make sure we have the people in place to support our most vulnerable students. And then finally, I just want to wish everybody a happy holidays to all of our teachers and staff and everyone out there for all of your hard work. Thank you. I hope you have a beautiful holiday. To our own staff, unfortunately, I wasn't able to get you all presents at the district level and to our cabinet, but thank you for working so hard and being so responsive to board members and making sure that we have the information we need to do informed decisions and working so hard for our district. So I just want to say happy holidays to everyone and a happy new year. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Rendon?
So I just want to personally thank every one of the district staff. You guys have gone above and beyond to take the time to introduce me to new policies, introduce me to new procedures, things that are going on. You have put up with all of my questions. As you know, I will continue to ask. So, and you've done it with a grace. And so thank you very, very much for that. I also want to thank Dr. Hahn for bringing attention to the books in our libraries and categorizing it and really bring attention to our policies and procedures here in the district. And I 100% agree with her that we need to come to a workshop and really work and get a good knowledge base to make sure our entire district is on the same page of how we are vetting our books, how we are making sure that our statutes are being followed throughout our entire district. And we do have quite a bit of constituents, especially in my district, that have brought it to my attention, along with many other board members, on how they feel about this. So I think we owe it to them, and we owe it to our students to take extra time in a workshop to really vet what that means and what that looks like. I also want to make sure that we understand that although there were many great ideas, and I know that we have some things that are only one-time funds, each one-time fund to me adds up, and that one-time fund could be used for something later on. So I hope that those in the district understand that although I want to support as many things that they want, I am going to focus on teachers. If we don't have teachers in our district, we're not teaching our kids, and that is our primary focus here in this district. And Hillsborough County is the best county in the state of Florida to live in. I have lived in Hillsborough County not Hillsborough County, but Florida, all of my life, and I'm proud to be a resident of Hillsborough County. And we should have teachers that are proud to teach here. And so we need to do right by our teachers. And if that means saying no to every single item that's going to affect that general fund, then I'm going to continue to say no to every single item until we get these teachers' salaries settled. And that goes for both sides. So again, thank you for everyone for welcoming me to this board. I appreciate it very much. And everyone, a very happy holidays and a safe and happy holidays.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Washington?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to make sure, Superintendent, that we have with the WXY, that we're making sure that we have good communications, because I think that's very important to have, especially in my district, District 5, where people may not have computers, and it's a lot that they don't have. So I just want to make sure that we have that communications.
Yes, sir. To the chair, we're definitely tonight. We just sent out a lot of communications to principals, to our staff members, to community members, and the webinar was this evening. And Chris can provide an update if the board wishes to. We're 800 participants. We're actively engaged, but as we go to the in-person community meetings, we'll have computers on site. And that way that any community member that may not have devices or connectivity can attend these meetings, and we'll send that out through newsletters, Peach Jar, parent links, publicize it so that they can actively engage and come to our meetings and be able to provide any type of interaction feedback to that process. So, Mr. Farkas, anything you want to add with that?
No, you're exactly right. The big part is if there is a digital divide and people don't have the computers, that access to come to those, because that's an important way they can get that information back. They've also made it mobile friendly, so they may not have a computer, but they have a phone, a smartphone. That's a great way for them to provide feedback as well. There's going to be a bunch of events January 9th through the 13th, 2 a night. So it's very important to realize that all that information is going to come back to the board. That's why. So they have from now until January 13th to provide that information. So we want to encourage everyone to do that.
Yes, and make sure that we get out in the newspapers, the Tribune, the Florida Sentinel.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
And
you know,
like I said, it's all three.
all ways that we can. Now, to move on 11/29 at Lamb Elementary School, we had the Buccaneers and the Feeding Tampa Bay ribbon cutting. We opened a food pantry for students and their families. And the superintendent and I had a great time because we were throwing bean bags. But that little girl was really good, wasn't she?
I'm sorry to interrupt you in your time and somebody stop the clock, but he's never played cornhole. And I got to give him credit. He was pretty good, but we both got whipped by a young little, maybe a third grader, whipped both of us. And we walked away like we didn't know her, like we weren't playing for real, but she was legit and she beat both of us.
She did. She did. She was pretty good, though. She was pretty good, Sue. Also, this past weekend, we had gift wrapping at Milton High School. We had for students through the Tony Dungy Foundation and We See You. We're going to give out the gifts this weekend coming on the 17th. We also have on December the 17th, the foundation, the Bullitt Foundation, having their parade, and they also will be giving out gifts to the community. And the parade will be from Foster to Sly. So that should be really on the 17th. So we have two on the 17th. We have one at Milton High School where we'll be giving out a lot of gifts to the community, and we have one on that same day to parade over at Sly and Foster with the Bullitt Foundation. And also, let me add this, on tomorrow, I'm a member of the University of Tampa Trustee Board for the museum, and we are having a Christmas stroll tomorrow, and Robertson High School will be participating in it, the String Quintet from 5 to 8 o'clock. So if you have a chance, please come out tomorrow. And it's beautiful. This is my first time I just got on the board, so I assume it's going to be really nice. So with that, I'm going to say I hope everyone have happy holidays, and I look forward to coming back, having a great year when we come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. About the books and the book policies, I did ask for a last workshop, to have a workshop on that. It's important. I think we need to get it discussed and vetted. So the answer to your question, if you have 4 people or 3 people, you got me, because that's what I thought was important. Okay, so that request, yes. Anyway, following students from the Menovision received a scholarship from the City of Tampa, Keep Tampa Bay Beautiful program. Sammy Randolph from Leonard High School, Kyla Browning from East Bay High School, Isidora, Hillsborough High, and David Parrott, Sickles High, and Jackson Hopkins, Sumner. And they have gotten a wonderful scholarship from the City of Tampa. And thank you, Menovision. What a great honor that they have given this district. Also, the Hillsborough Healthy School Component 4, Employee Wellness, superstars Dina Marshall and Tracy Schatzberg awarded Madison Middle School to receive one of the best wellness programs, meaning that one particular AP lost 100 pounds, Antonio Cordovi, and he just had an epiphany, and he realized that eating right and going through exercise, etc., because I think he did have a stroke, so it was turned around at that point in time. But Madison Middle School has exemplified a healthy employee wellness school, and we are definitely going to have a huge wellness revolution the first 2 weeks when we return, including the principals, the APs, and the students. So we're going to get the whole bandwagon to health. Excellent Santa Claus parade. I think we all loved it. Pablo, do we have one slide? I know that our newest member, Rendon, enjoyed it, and Shake Washington, Nadia Combs. We did the beads. Thank you, Karen. I think you provided, I don't know how we got the beads, but we had a lot of beads and a lot of fun. And it was short enough. So, well, actually, we had to wait a long time, but the parade wasn't long. I mean, yeah, it wasn't distance-wide long. And as we all know, the next slide, Pablo, the Florida Career Academy continues to do wonderful outreach and involving, well, let's just go ahead and our main superstars, Yvonne.
A program
Fry.
like this is important to seniors because it gives them an opportunity to express themselves and maybe expand on what they want to accomplish in the future.
The biggest issue that we run into in education with the kids is them not knowing exactly what they want to do.
Because nowadays a college degree can only take you so far without that career experience.
It broadens their horizon, it exposes them to a lot of different people.
Experience a whole bunch of job opportunities and allow myself to be able to see everything that I could do after high school.
It gives us an idea of what's really out there.
The Future Career Academy is a year-long, curriculum-based program that prepares and connects graduating seniors with the great jobs and training opportunities in their community. Started over 7 years ago in Plant City, the program has grown as a grassroots initiative at one high school to serving all seniors in Hillsborough County for the 2022-2023 school year.
The unique thing about the Future Career Academy is it gives our seniors hope. Seniors can look at jobs in their community, jobs that are not just short-term, that can be long-term careers for them. The Hillsborough County Public Schools is so excited to support the Future Career Academy because it provides our students with so much hope and so many opportunities to have a wonderful career and a wonderful future for their lives.
The Future Career Academy is grateful for the partnership with the school district, Hillsborough County and other government agencies, the business community, and...
Okay, so if you don't know Yvonne Fry, that was her on the video. She does a tremendously comprehensive job with the getting kids on board with careers and the partners involved as well. So it's a really great marriage, and I know that we're working on hopefully putting credit, the GPA, maybe when we get into the accelerated programs, giving them extra point. Maybe if they get into Career Academy, they can also heighten their total score. Okay, Black History Brain Bowl, just a reminder, it is the February 11th at Middleton, 7:30 to 3:30 a.m., and we need volunteers and principals. Please sign up. That's it. Oh, happy holidays, everybody.
Thank you. Member Press? Thank you, Member Gray. Member Press?
Thank you. So, as a few of you know, I got the flu, and it knocked me down, but I'm doing a little bit better. And so I did go to, I had the opportunity to go to Shihai for the Great American Teach-In, and then was able to do a pizza party for the whole 5th grade class, which was amazing. We had a great time. And also was able to partner with Casa Cuba, and with regard to the students that are coming in from Cuba right now. And Superintendent, you and I have to have a conversation regarding my meeting with them. I want to thank you, Superintendent, for talking about and doing this bilingual hotline, and speaking about the 44,000 Hispanic students and their families, because actually this week is Human Rights Week. Nelson Mandela said to deny people their human rights is to challenge their very humanity. This week we celebrate the human rights and the fundamental freedoms inherent to all people, no matter who they are. Especially, me knowing that as a Latina woman. We have yet to achieve this goal as it's fully needed, especially when I look at some of the things that go on and transpire here on this board. We need to continue the efforts to advocate for the recognition of human rights, especially when it comes to the Latinos here in this district. And also, we need to lead by example, by speaking honestly, upholding truth, and striving to constantly improve. And I say that as a 5-year board member here in this district, always supporting all our students, but especially the largest population of our students, the Latinos. I thank the board members here who do try to bring our world closer to a future in which every human being is considered, to pursue the higher streams, and to unleash their full potential. Because we know that when we do that, we all win. So with that said, happy Human Rights Week, but also Merry Christmas, Feliz Navidad, and Happy New Year to everyone.
Thank you, Member Perez. And just a couple things, it's been a week since we've had our meetings, and I've been to many schools and have had an opportunity to see wonderful things. But one of the things that I wanted to highlight that I think a lot of people don't realize, that we have the largest population of deaf and hard and hearing students in our district, more than any other district in the state of Florida. We are serving over 700 students, nearly 700 students, led by our coordinator, Michelle Henry. We have 40 specialized teachers of deaf, 30 sign language interpreters, 14 aides, and 8 audiologists. A few months ago at a Rotary Club meeting, I met somebody, Christy Vogel, and she wanted to start a nonprofit that she started. So a few weeks ago, I was able to go to West Chase Golf Tournament, where she had started an organization called The Sound of Joy, which is a hearing aid giving, because a lot of our students actually, when they go home, a lot of them don't have hearing aids or don't have those devices. So it's really wonderful to see somebody from the community come in. She's raised, I think the last I heard, over $15,000, and all of that is going to go directly to students here in Hillsborough County to help them achieve and get hearing aids, or some type of device that's going to help them here. So I think it's amazing because we have so many people out in the community who are really helping us. And along with that, I wanted to recognize Representative Susan Valdez, who had the Ought to Be a Law, where students they came in to draft a law. And Sickles High Schools, they came with a law regarding allergies in restaurants. And Sumner High School talked about renter's insurance. I know that Member Washington and Member Gray were here that day, and it was just really, really amazing to see that. And she actually, both of those laws will be drafted and go to Tallahassee. And then finally, as we talk about books, I think it's really important we look at the process. I really think it's time to also talk about cell phones. I often think people are concerned about a book, but if you take the airdrop off and walk into any middle school or high school, the type of pornography, the types of threats, the types of things that you'll get, the types of meetings where people are having, fighting, or a drug deal or something that's occurring, or viewing a picture of someone making destruction of a bathroom, I think those are really huge issues. So I think if we can, with the books along that, we should talk about cell phones and pornography and how that's impacting students as well. So I think that's really important. And finally, I just want to say that just like all of us, we're all equal here. We each have one vote, and I'm hopeful that we will continue working together as we have, and really looking at one of the first meetings I'd like to have is, looking at our way of work and making sure that everybody's voice is being heard clearly here, and that we are working together, because as we see with the teachers and as we see with our students, the needs are higher than ever. I mean, just the other day I was with a friend, and unfortunately one of the students that committed suicide this year lived right next door to her. I mean, we are seeing things all over this community, and I think we need to just continue focusing on not ourselves, but really the students, the teachers, the faculty and the staff and everybody who holds us all together. Because we are really, you know, I say often, I've gone out and I've seen somebody who I worked with and they were like, Nadia, I haven't seen you in 20 years. What school are you working at right now? And I'm like, you know what? I'm on the school board there. Like, I had no idea. You know, really at the end of the day, it's really getting the voices of those students and those teachers and the faculty and staff and focusing on that and not on us and the work that we have ahead of us. So I want to wish everybody a happy holiday season and thank you for all that you do. This meeting is adjourned.